I had this idea to make a video where I just show all the things that I know about making characters or builds in the various Souls games. We're starting out with Elden Ring because it's the popular one right now. And so on the left, we have this GIMP art thing that I did for every single weapon type. Not every single weapon type. And I'm just gonna have it over on the left here, and you can read that at your leisure. And then we have over on the right, like I don't remember exactly what I wrote, and I don't really feel like reading all of it. So, but on the right we have a build creator, like a build calculator. This is the one that's commonly used for Elden Ring, or the one that I know about anyway. And we're going to, while I'm talking about the builds, or the different weapon types, we're going to make a build that could be using those weapon types. So like, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Right now, we're in the generalization. We're talking about Elden Ring. So Elden Ring, as it says, it starts out by describing the different stats. It says health requires more investment to reach standard values, with 50 being a modest amount and 60 being most effective. This is just a generalization. It's not telling you some exact like values that you should be shooting for. If you wanted your health to be real good, you can see on the right over here, we have, here, let me squeeze this a little. It's really hard to get this to fit. Okay, so this is your base health. That's like a fifth maybe, a fourth. It's a fourth of how much health you should have. And let's set up to 50, right? And now you have 1700. That's great. You just tripled your health. A little bit more than that even. And right there, that's already pretty good. And then there's, you know, the Crimson Amber Medallion. Like, I'm going into detail about this because this is important. You need health. Your defense isn't going to cut it. But every 5% of your defense is really effective. So you should still maybe go for that, just not so much. Because if you don't look good, then you're not going to, like, your win is not going to matter. Maybe you need that win to feel like you know what you're doing, but your win is not going to sit in the mind of the person you defeated. They're just going to think you're another, just whoever. So you see that boosted our health by like 100 something. That's not a whole ton. It's not a whole ton, but every point matters, and the Crimson Amber Medallion is super light. It's really nice to have. There's technically an argument about your effective healing to health ratio, but that's complicated, and there's so much elemental damage and, you know, percentage damage from blood loss that it could just be a better idea to just get a whole ton of health and not think too hard about it, you know? So, in my opinion, your mind is not so important, because the only thing it really does is increase your focus points. And when you have like a lot of people recommend like 20, suddenly you have 121. Let's say let's go down to 19. That reduced it by 5? Yeah, 5. That's not even a cast of Carrion Slicer. Like, you could maybe cast a Swift Glintstone Shard with that. I don't remember. I think Swift Glintstone Shard is exactly 5. That's 1 point. That's a whole point. Like, if we put that into health, that gives us 25 more health. Which is not a whole ton, but still. Sometimes it's like you put 1 point into dexterity, and then it's like, oh, you can use this whole weapon class now. Anyway, I'm getting... This is pretty much what we're going to be doing for the whole thing, but anyway. You got your endurance. Your endurance, you don't really need it that much. In my opinion, your stamina, as it says, your equipment load is more important. So let's say you put on all sorts of armor, and you're like, I don't know, Banished Knight. Let's just make my Pallydan real quick. Banished Knight, Mausoleum, Surcoat. You're done. And Crucible Gauntlets. And see, we're still medium load. So we could just slap on maybe like a Claymore. And that's going to be a little too heavy on. Yep. So then you realize, Great Jars Arsenal, and then it's all good again. Okay, it's not all good again. We need a little bit more than 12. So there. See, now we're good again. But generally, like, you get to 20, and then it's like the Erdtree's Talisman. Erdtree's Favor starts being more worthwhile in the idea of, like, health to equipment load ratios. Because the Erdtree's Favor is still useful if you have nothing else you really want to put on. Like, you don't need damage, then you want more health. The Erdtree's Favor is there for you. You need more health, more equipment load, so you can use all the stuff you're trying to do. The Erdtree's Favor is there. You only need to use it once you're over, like, 20 endurance. Is a good point to start considering it. Because the health boost is not really useful. See, it's at 1913 if we take that off. Goes back down to 1840, that's 73 health. Which is a decent amount, but it's not 140. Half as much. Just about. So then there's strength and dexterity, so you know we have this Claymore on now, let's fully upgrade it real quick. Oh, and let's get the stat. So of course you have to meet the stat requirements. The dexterity is holding you back. It's only preventing you from being able to use your weapons. Because when you have strength, you don't really need the strength. So let's say we're a Vagabond, because, you know, the Vagabond is just the most optimal in most situations. So see, now we can't use it, but then you have two-hand, and then you can use it. We have an AR of 439. So let's say we boost it up by 2 points, and suddenly it's 449, which is a 10-point difference, which isn't so bad, but being able to use the one-handed moveset is very nice. We'll get more into that later. So strength and dexterity, they have scaling. So you can just slap heavy on something and then be like, okay, I have a 50 strength now, so that boosts up to 75. You get a whole lot of damage from that. But then let's say, I don't know, let's make it sharp and do the same thing. Okay, make it keen. I've been playing Dark Souls. And suddenly it's like not nearly as good. So that means the Claymore is not really a dexterity weapon. But we'll get more into that later. I'm just showing you the general idea of your stats and your scaling. So you need to invest harder into dexterity if you want it to make the keen Claymore more worthwhile. Because when you two-handed using strength, you actually had 75 in that stat value because of the two-handing bonus. As you can see, we're still getting a little bit of scaling from that. Like right here. See the numbers changing to 662. Anyway. So intelligence and faith. Those ones I wouldn't really care about for weapons unless it was something like the Dark Moon Greatsword, which has really high intelligence scaling. So then, even at base though, the thing is it has a built-in buff, and it inflicts frost, so it doesn't really need that, but again, I don't want to talk about the weapons just yet. So yeah, intelligence and faith, mostly for magic. Mostly for magic. And then arcane, you know, you get your rivers of blood going, and whatever else, but okay. Then there's all the infusions over here. They tell you what they do. It tells you what they do. Spell slots, you get those automatically. You can just go find them. They're free. The government doesn't want to know this, but you can just go take spell slots. They're free, except for that one where you have to buy it. And armor is mainly for fashion, with the chest piece and helmet being the biggest effects of that, but 5% of defense is useful, like I said earlier. And poise, Poise, I wish we had passive Poise, but we really don't anymore. It still affects the second swing on attacks, but it's just not really important. You still should have like 20, so you can resist getting shot by an arrow or crossbow bolt, and certain spells. Because those didn't really get affected by the Poise changes. It's mostly the first swing in an attack combo. Excuse me. And the hyper armor on a lot of stuff got boosted to immense proportions. So if you're using a colossal sword, a colossal weapon, you'll notice that nothing can really hit you out of it anymore. So that really would probably just get a whole lot of people to start using blood and frost and madness and sleep. Please don't use sleep. Sleep is very strong. Anyway. So the notes are, there's a lot of consumables with several varieties. So that, you know, you want to use your freezing pot. Maybe you want to use your rot pot. Personally, I would say don't use the rot pot, because too many people have cures for it, just because it's such a big problem. So unless you can pressure them and force them to be unable to heal, then I would say the freezing pot is just generally better. But these are if you don't have scaling. If you have scaling, like maybe your super strength build, you want to use a fire pot, or maybe you're a red main pot, or you're a faith build, you want to use the giant's flame pot, or you're a dex build, you want the ancient dragon bolt pot, and maybe you also want to include some spark aromatics, which are just strong in general. Personally, my favorite item to use is the gravity stone fan, which scales with strength and intelligence, and is really good after a knockdown, because your opponent cannot jump right away, and they have to think about, how am I gonna dodge this? You want to use it a little early. You want to like take a few steps back and then throw it down after doing a backstab or something similar. Anyway, jump attacks are not fully invulnerable, which is why it's important for you to have vertical attacks. You want something that can hit far up into the air, like a two-handed greatsword. Yeah, anyway. The Wondrous Physic is extremely important for any build. It's normally used for buffs. You want stuff like... personally, I use it for damage boosts and defense boosts. I'd want that Opaline Hard tier for that 15% resistance, which gets nerfed, I think, in PvP a little bit, but it's still really useful. And at higher levels, it's really nice to have the Crimson Bubble tier, I think it's called. There's a lot of Crimson tiers. Anyway, it's the one that gives you your health back after you've lost like 40%, after you're down to 40%. And if you take a lot of damage very quickly, it might skip activation, because it has to be you take damage while your health is below a certain amount. So if you take too much damage below a certain amount and just die, it's not going to activate then. It's not a second chance or a Tears of Denial. It's just, it heals you back up. So you can sometimes like force its activation by bumping into something or getting hit by something. You know, being poisoned will activate it, so things like that. The Wondrous Physic is mostly used for buffs, but you could use it for, you know, healing. A 8th heal, I think. Personally, I don't think that's useful, because the buffs are 3 minutes and extremely powerful. I would at most use the one I was just talking about, where it heals you if you're low health. So instead, you should use restorative consumables, and something like Holy Ground is really good. But of course, not everyone has Starlight Shards like I do, so that's up to you. But then again, you can also use restorative FP weapons, like the Sacrificial Axe, the Sword of Milos. You can just stand around with those for a little bit, and the Stalwart Horn Charm. No, it's not that. It's one of the Horn Charms, but I forget what it's called, because there's like 6 of them. Status effects are very strong, so it's a good idea, in my opinion, to have the ones that cure bleed buildup, okay? You don't really need the other ones. The bleed ones are the most important, and you need to keep track of that. You need to realize, okay, now is a good time to back off and get rid of this bleed buildup. And your opponent might just be rushing you down, and you don't really have a chance to do that, so instead use their attack to reset your bleed. by rolling a little bit late so that you still dodge the bleed buildup, but you don't get hit by the attack. But you want to also be careful if they're using power stance weapons, you know, like the curved swords, because the bleed will stun you into the rest of their attack. Very annoying. Anyway, you need to remember to follow weapon level matchmaking, because weapon level matchmaking really only matters below level 100, and even then, not so much. But if you're like level 90 or something, maybe you want to find a larger pool of players, so you don't want like your full upgrade. Generally, people build around Rogier's Rapier or the Banished Knight Halberd, now that I think about it. And I think there was, oh yeah, you can get one from Killing Patches, which is +7, which is interesting because the other ones are +8. But because those ones are already upgraded, you can safely build around people getting them. But you could just, you know, like, go below that so that you make sure to get all the players who are supposed to be around your level. I would say the lower you can go, the better. The lower your upgrade you can be at is better. So like, that's why my level 50s all have +7, +3, because it starts at the same tier as the +8 one, but it can also grab a few people who maybe know not to get that, or are just rushing through the game, or it depends on who you're going after, you know? You have to really think about that. You're like, what are people at this level doing? And in my opinion, people are leveling up by killing Grail with bleed weapons to get to a very high level very quickly. And maybe they are completely avoiding, and so they never got Rogier's Rapier. Or they never went to Morn Castle. Like, I get so many invasions at Morn Castle, like, at ridiculous levels. So I don't know. You just gotta think about it. Like, what do you want? What kind of player do you want to fight? Do you want to fight someone who's rushing through the game to try to stop them, or do you want to fight someone who's taking their time so you can have a nice, like, oh hey, an invasion, how nice. I think I will stick my 2 lackeys upon you. I don't know. Anyway, that's the generalization. Next up is Daggers, because I'm going by the way the game displays them. So Daggers are typically dexterity scaling, but because of how infusions work, you may not care, because you can just slap heavy or keen on them, and suddenly it's like, oh, it works for my build now. The Daggers are lightweight. That means that they are normally between 0.5 units of weight and maybe 2 to 3 units of weight. I tried to keep it a little consistent. So daggers are stronger one-handed because you can use your offhand equipment, but if you're using the dagger itself, personally I would say to use it power stance, just because you would be able to swing them both at the same time. But the recovery on that is a little high, so instead, one-handed, two-handed, pretty good. I don't know. You might want to keep it two-handed so you can use the Ash of War, but it has the ability to use the parry Ash of War, but the thing is, if it's not carry and retaliation, it kind of sucks. It's just, parries are already not a great option, so if you land a parry with an offhand weapon, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You should try to do that. That would be interesting to some people. Anyway, powerful critical tools that have fast attacks and effective at extreme close range. So you see, if you've seen me play my assassin character, I use dual daggers on that character. One of them has Endure on it. The Misericord is definitely the strongest one with the critical damage, as it says right there. But it may not be the best one as a weapon. I tried to consider the best parts of every type of weapon. For daggers, they are mainly used as get away from me weapons. It's like you start swinging the dagger, the opponent has to respect you. But the thing is, remember, the poise changes made it so that only the first swing does a whole ton of poise damage. So the subsequent attacks or consecutive attacks, whatever you want to say, is those Those can be hyper armored. Those can be poised through. Those can be poised through. People can just ignore those, especially when it comes to daggers. So I would say ideally, what you want to do with daggers is the running attack, the heavy attack, and the jumping attacks. When you have the opportunity to punish, and maybe you have status effect build up on them, then you want to use the faster attacks that hit several times, you know? So let's talk about the notable weapons. The Misericord over here, like, let's start by making a build for it real quick. So we got the Misericord. The Misericord is essentially the best dagger in the game for any reason whatsoever, unless you want to use one of these other ones. These other ones, I can actually point at them with the point, which are also really good. Let's say you infuse it with Keen. And then let's compare the heavy. You know what? Yeah, let's just leave that in. Okay, so Keen seems to be lowering the damage. Heavy is not. Weird. It could just be because we have a little bit more strength. But it's supposed to scale pretty well with dexterity. Okay, well, what I would do, 60 dexterity. And then, then it's worthwhile. For the sake of argument, let's put strength in there. You see, the Keen scaling is definitely better, even if you two-handed. 411, 398. See, that's not a major difference. And you're not going to be two-handing it. It does apply the two-handed bonus when you're doing a critical animation, as if you were two-handing it, just so that you don't have to do that beforehand, but quality becomes an option when you have super high levels. But generally, Keen is probably what you want to go with. Let's do something realistic, like the stats for... What is that weapon? Bolt of Grand Sax. You got the Bolt of Grand Sax, it requires 20, 40. So maybe you have a pocket Misericord, and you want to use that dexterity damage. You want that dexterity scaling so you get the most out of your investment into the Bolt of Grand Sax. You want the Misericord to be Keen infused. There you go. Also, no, this is good. It's just numbers are high. Oh, the mind is what's doing it. Yeah, there we go. This is essentially what my assassin build looks like, but that one's not wearing all the super heavy armor. Why it's heavy, but it actually gets pretty close. It's 78%. That's pretty cool. Anyway, this is essentially how you want to use a dagger. The thing is, the Erd Steel dagger has faith scaling. So let's put that on here real quick. Let's say you have an Erd Steel dagger build, and maybe you're using something that's fire. What's maybe a blasphemous blade? How about that? Let's say your build is a faith build, and you have the requirements for all this stuff. $15, and then let's say you have faith. So the faith scales. Basically, the way it works is every 20 levels you put into stuff gives you a good amount of damage, all the way up to 80. So if you're going for a minimal build, you can just go to 40 faith and be totally okay, in my opinion. Considering you can't just destroy people, you might feel pressured to use higher amounts of damage. You really just need to play like more passively, because over-leveled phantoms are just straight up indestructible to an extent unless you have ridiculous amounts of damage. But if you did that, then you'd have to take away health, and suddenly you only have 1560 health, even though you're using all the good bonuses, and that makes a tremendous difference, even though it's only like 280 less health. 277, I think? I don't know. 276. No, I was right. 277 less health. Less health is a significant amount, okay? You get hit by their Blasphemous Blade, and you are probably going to die now in the next hit. If you had 200 more health, you probably wouldn't die in the next hit. You would probably be able to survive a single hit, so you could more confidently heal and then roll out of the way. Anyway, Earthsteel Dagger is a faith scaling dagger that you can infuse. So, put Flame Art on it, or Sacred. Personally, I would recommend Flame Art, because... Okay, actually, it seems to be the same exact amount of damage. But, Flame Art is fire, which means it gets the bonus from Flame Grant Me Strength. However, that doesn't last very long, so it depends on what you're trying to do. If you don't want to use Flame Grant Me Strength because it doesn't last very long, it's not nearly as permanent, Sacred is probably a little bit better, because fire loses damage in the rain. Sacred has a different buffing Ash of War. I've been having to correct myself, say weapon art for a while. Sacred Blade, I believe it's called. Compared to Flaming Strike. Flaming Strike is still really good, but the idea is Sacred Blade is a projectile. It fires a projectile. It's 2 parts to the attack in one attack. Flaming Strike is 2 attacks that can have a chance of comboing into each other. They've been nerfing it. They've been making it so that it's easier to get out of. Sacred Blade is a projectile, and it causes hit stun. It's very nice, I would say, if you can get it to land, which is not very difficult, because it's hard to strafe. Anyway, Sacred doesn't get the nerf. Sacred has the projectile. It's an interesting idea. Anyway, Earthsteel Dagger has these heavy attacks that hit twice. I would say two-handing it is a very effective option. You can see this attack rating is 462 compared to the Blasphemous Blade, which is a great sword that is known for doing a whole lot of damage with its Ash of War. So slap on the Sacred Blade buff on top of this, and suddenly you have a really respectful damaging weapon. It's very fast, and that's very nice. That's very scary. So you could slap on maybe some Millicent's prosthesis, and also some Rotten Winged Sword insignia, which if you're just playing the game normally, you probably didn't even know existed. Anyway. The Wakizashi doesn't power stance with daggers and instead works with katanas. However, it is also a very strong weapon by itself. And apparently people have been saying they've been using it alongside a dagger specifically because it doesn't power stance. So you can use both of them to their most effective. I'm not really sure. Let's just do quality real quick. Heavy, keen. It gets better scaling from keen. Unless you're two-handing. In which case, of course, heavy always going to win that. It actually seems to be somewhat of a quality weapon when you're two-handing it. Because if you're not... Okay, no, it's sort of a quality weapon. The idea of a quality weapon, though, is... If you didn't have all those numbers, then it wouldn't be better. 371 now. This is 352. Let's say dump some stats into strength and suddenly quality is better, but it costs you a lot more for that, like bonus. So you gotta think, do I want to min-max or do I just want to stat dump? That's 26 levels right there. So the Wakizashi has a pretty nice moveset, I would say. It's pretty much just a dagger, but The fact is, it power stances with Katanas, which doesn't benefit it in any way. I don't even think it power stances with itself, but I don't remember. It is a very strong dagger, though. Like, compare it real quick to the Misericord. Because, basically, if something is heavy, then it's usually strong. See, it's way stronger than the Misericord. So next up is the Cincadea. The Cincadea is actually sort of a strength weapon. You can't infuse it. Doesn't have faith scaling, but the thing is, the Cincadea boosts bestial incantations. It's not bestial for some reason. It's bestial. If you go back and read, you'll notice it says bestial vitality, bestial sling, stuff like that. Anyway, Cincadea boosts your bestial incantations by the same amount that the seal, the Clawmark seal would. So the idea is you can use this alongside the Clawmark seal and still get the full benefit of whether you had two seals. But the problem is a little bit like you could use a stronger seal alongside the Clawmark seal, but this is an idea, this is an option. This is if you were committed to the build. And you wanted like the full 30% bonus, by the way. If you use two, you get 15% each, so it's 30% total. Anyway, the Cincadea has quick step on it, which is really nice. Because normally you wouldn't be able to do that, is what I'm saying. And it should be pretty good with strength scaling. See, like right now it's dexterity. If we put that to 0 and put the same amount in strength, it's 350 something. Now it's 386 completely one-handed, and then you two-hand it, it gets another 50 bonus damage. So yeah, I would say that's a strength weapon, and that's interesting because there aren't really daggers that do strength scaling. So the Cincadea is also pretty long. It has the basic dagger moveset, but it's an option. It's an option. I wouldn't say it's the best option, but it's an option. And then the Glintstone Chris is actually a really good option because it has a projectile, which you can charge and follow behind. Well, you can't follow behind it, but you can follow it up with a thrusting attack, which goes pretty far. And it also fires the projectile through enemies, and that is always nice. It is definitely an intelligence weapon. As you can see, it gets 3 points from strength, which is not a whole lot. The other one was getting like 14 just from that. And it has 409. The problem is, of course, it's split damage. Split damage has always got a little bit of an issue until you break a certain threshold of maybe 300 elemental damage, which this is not doing. But the biggest thing about the Glintstone Chris is its Ash of War, which fires a projectile, which can pass through multiple targets, and you can charge it up. And because it's an Ash of War, you can slap on the Shard of Alexander, and because you can charge it, you can use the Godfrey icon and all that. And it's just, it's fast, it's efficient, the FP cost isn't very high. It's a very lightweight thing, and it adds another spell to your already pretty good spellcaster. You can use it in the main hand, so you can get the projectile, and then you can have a staff, like the Meteorite staff, real quick, in your offhand. It's really nice. And then there's a Reduvia. Reduvia, we all know and love, is an arcane weapon. So arcane skills up to 45 for the status effect, and then 60. So let's put it at 45 real quick. You can see the damage isn't so great, but the thing is, the bleed buildup is very great, and it fires a projectile. It works exactly like, I forget what it's called, but basically your character cuts himself and then they can fire some blood. Well, this one is the better version. It fires a lot straighter, it doesn't do damage to you, and you can just sort of spam it, and it does a whole lot of bleed buildup. If someone gets too close to you and you get hit by the weapon, then it's probably going to instantly bleed you because both things will hit you and then you'll just die. Reduvia is pretty good. I wouldn't say it's amazing. I would say it's just getting carried by the fact it's a bleed weapon. If it didn't have that bleed, it really wouldn't be that great, but the fact you can spam it is probably what makes it annoying to deal with. But you need to remember, people can parry the projectile with carry and retaliation. Just be a little aware of that, because they can parry it, roll around for a bit, the projectiles will shoot at you, and then suddenly they'll be attacking you at close range, and there isn't a whole lot you can do about it unless you remember this is a dagger and you can just smack them, because not a lot of people do that. And then we have the Black Knife. The Black Knife is notable because it has the ability to lower max health and cause a dot burn, but as it says right here, it's difficult to land on players. I wouldn't really use it in PvP. A lot of people try to. Personally, I only get hit while I'm under attack by someone else, so Black Knife I would not say is a weapon for any use except for like defeating bosses very quickly, which personally I've done a lot of level 1 playthroughs of all the Souls games, not Demon Souls or Bloodborne yet, but I would not care about PvE, in my opinion. You don't really need to defeat the game faster. You just need to play the game and enjoy it. It is a video game. That is my opinion. I will leave it at that. The Black Knife is a faith weapon. It has dexterity scaling. If you double dip, I don't think it's going to be all that great. The scaling is 40, so okay. Maybe it's actually scaling a little better with dexterity. Need that faith. I think, yeah, it does actually seem to scale pretty well with dexterity. Okay. Yeah, but you can't infuse it or anything. Its moveset's very basic, and the only thing it really does is a whole lot of damage with the Ash of War. So moving on to straight swords. Straight swords have a wide variety, but they're mainly strength and dexterity scale. They're lightweight, which means they're between 4 and 0.5. I know I said 3 before. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. So, they're lightweight, which is very nice. They're best power stance if you're using them against, you know, for their optimal damage output, if you're using the straight swords themselves, but they're effective one-handed. Personally, I would use them one-handed. They're a lot more fun that way, because you can have a shield alongside it. If you're using it power stance, you're mainly using the standing light attack. The standing paired light attack is what I'll call it. And the paired jumping attack, because those are the forward, like up to down swinging attacks. Anyway, they're often used for the swift light attacks with power stance, but also enjoyed for the basic playstyle with a shield, which is exactly what I said a moment ago. So let's just get started on their weapon types. They're not really used for anything except for attacking people. You don't really put status effects. I mean, you do put status effects on them sometimes, like cold, maybe poison. A lot of people like to use poison just because it's unavoidable. It's gonna build up and it'll do a little bit of damage. I don't know why. But the Warhawk's Talon is primarily a dexterity version, I would say. So if we slap some dexterity on here real quick, 231, and compare that to strength, it's up to, oh well, we still need that 16, 213. So as you can see, it's mostly a dexterity weapon. If you put keen on it, it should be a lot stronger. It has heavy attacks that hit twice, which is why it's in the notable weapons category. That's pretty much it. It doesn't do anything particularly special. It also has double slash, It says spinning slash right here, but that's not right. I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, it does have spinning slash. Spinning slash is really good with the recent hyper armor changes. Anyway, the Lazuli Glintstone Sword and the Carrion Knight Sword have heavy attacks that can block attacks with difficulty. Yeah, they're heavy attacks. They have the block property. They can't be infused or buffed or anything. I think the Carrion Knight Sword is the stronger of the two. We still have that dexterity. That's a pretty high attack rating, though. That's interesting. Strength or dexterity seems to be working out pretty well. $520, $555, $549, $566. Never mind. They appear to more prominently be strength weapons. Interesting. Of course, you want to have that intelligence scaling. Maybe you kind of don't really need that intelligence scaling. We don't have any actually. We add 40 real quick. It's not bad. The 40 bonus, not bad at all. But again, it's split damage. You can't infuse them, and they're a little bit stronger than I thought they were. But that's pretty much it. You could use their heavy attacks, but the thing is, if you're fighting anything that's a great sword or higher, then you're gonna get guard broken, because they nerfed pretty much all blocking. The cool thing is you could use it two-handed, and you could still get the heavy attack, which is a sweeping attack. So it's an option. It's just not a. It's a very honest option. Lots of straight swords are just honest. It's interesting though. So the McQuillan Knight Sword is a variation of the Carrion Knight Sword. It has Holy instead of the previous thing. It does not have the blocking attack. So let's say you need the Faith. Oh, it has a much lower Faith requirement. That's interesting. The attack is about the same. Let's try to see if it's Strength, 538, or Dexterity. 540, it's definitely a dexterity weapon, okay. And it has these R2s that just suddenly zoom forward after, like, a readying stance. And it just looks cool, and apparently the scabbard, or the sheath, is not visible in most setups. But recently I've seen people able to equip it, and I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe it's a I don't know. I don't know why they were able to do that. But anyway, McQuillan Knight's sword, it has Sacred Blade, which is nice, because it'll boost its own attack with that, because it's all holy. And other than that, that's it. It's a Faith dexterity weapon, apparently. So the ornamental straight swords, let's move on. This is a paired weapon, of which there are very few in Elden Ring. When you two-hand it, it still gets a strength bonus, but that doesn't matter because this is a dexterity weapon. Can be seen. So 340, 397. See, it's a dexterity weapon. It doesn't really have faith scale. It doesn't have faith scaling, but its buff, gold tempering, adds holy damage, which doesn't matter because it doesn't have faith scaling. And the other effect of golden tempering is it modifies its heavy attack into a flurry of stabs. It says when buffed. I should change that to say when you use its Ash of War. Because its Ash of War buffs it. And I don't think you can buff it any other way. But I haven't tested that, and I forgot about it. Anyway, it modifies the heavy attack to be a flurry of stabs. The cool thing is, even if you have it one-handed, it still will do the flurry of stabs when you do the heavy attack while it's buffed. It also modifies its moveset a little bit. It has running, I think, spear power stance? I don't think so, though. It has a different moveset. Like, it has jumping... Because it's a paired weapon, it has two different paired jumping attacks, and one of them is the rapier jumping attack. Or rapier power stance jumping attack. Paired. Dual wielded? I don't know what you would call it in Elden Ring. Anyway. It does like a couple of stabs, which really isn't that useful until you're like right at the ground. And I would say the straight sword one is a lot stronger. But it's an option, and options are always nice. It also has a paired running attack where you like use both of the swords and stab together, which I'm trying to think of what that's connected to, and I think it's like the third string in spear moveset, which is weird. Anyway, ornamental straight sword, it's a dexterity weapon. It has a flurry of attacks, which means it scales really well with consecutive attack up stuff, but the problem is its flurry of attacks doesn't have hit stun to an extent, and you're probably not going to land it ever. But you can cancel out of it during 3 different moments, so that's cool. Next up is the Sword of St. Trina. It's notable because it inflicts sleep. You don't really need to build around it, but it has intelligence scaling, and if you can inflict sleep with it, you can't scale the sleep, so the sleep is just simply always good, especially at lower levels. It's very strong. If you can put someone to sleep with, like, well, that's the end of the game for them. Also, they can buff themselves, so that increases their sleep buildup, and then it's just like, well, I guess I'm not playing the game anymore. Anyway, Regalia of Yokaid is a straight sword that scales with Arcane, which also has a multi-hitting Ash of War. Let's put that in real quick. Sword of St. Trina, it's not important for the damage, is what I'm saying. Hold on. Okay, so the Regalia of Yokaid, apparently it has a decent amount of dexterity, and just like before, the Arcane for damage goes all the way up to 80. Or to 60, I think. It's still going to be like more damage the more you invest into it, but you don't really have to. There's going to be a point where you just don't have to. Generally, if it goes up by 2 points, it's safe to say you can still level up that stat and get some benefit out of it. You see now it's slowing down. And then it's straight down to 1s with the occasional 2. So anyway, let's put in 40 and not think about it too hard. Take away the dexterity. So 560 goes up 40 points. That's a lot, just from like 12 levels. Strength scaling's not really there. It's mostly a dexterity arcane weapon, which is, you know, every single arcane weapon. Anyway, it has Yokaid's Dancing Blade, which is just a smaller version of the Executioner's, the Bell-Bearing Hunter's weapon, which is, you know, very strong with consecutive attack up stuff. You can totally one-shot someone if you fully charge that. That's gonna be a lot of damage, and it has hyper armor now, and I'm pretty sure that means that this has hyper armor on its Ash of War as well. So Regalia of Yokaid is a very strong weapon. It's also a little bit heavier, by the way, just to say. It's a little heavier than the others. I think it's like 5.5, 6.5, I don't remember. So the Coated Sword. Coated Sword is definitely a strong weapon. Always has been. I don't think they nerfed it. But it scales like purely with faith. And it has a decent faith requirement of 20. But the thing is, it's pure holy damage. All of it is holy damage, which means it doesn't have to worry about split damage, and it doesn't have to worry about a lot of armor or shields or anything, really. So you just invest into faith, and it's like, wow, this thing is doing a lot of damage. Whoa, look at those numbers go up. And you're just like, wow. And then you're like, oh, what if I had 2 of them? Also, that is a lot. That's 75? No, 65. From 20 points, that makes a lot. That makes sense. So yeah, the scaling goes up to 60. It's very strong. It's pure elemental. It does not bounce lots of shields and such. That means if someone's using Iron Jar Aromatic, Dragon Bolt Blessing, maybe I don't know what else causes deflection. Havel's shield, if we had it, would cause deflection, but with its weapon art or Ash of War or whatever we would call it. But I don't think there's anything like that in this game. I don't think Barricade causes deflection. Anyway, the Sword of Night and Flame is the next one. It scales with Intelligence and Faith, but because it's 3-way split damage, it's difficult to build around. It's got a lot of stat requirements. If you really want me to show you what a Sword of Night and Flame build would look like, probably base stats, and then maybe invest harder into one or the other of Intelligence or Faith, depending on which one you wanted. Let's try to keep it below level 90. So there you go. We didn't upgrade it yet. You see, the AR is very tempting, but that doesn't really matter unless you're getting a critical hit, and even then I wouldn't say it's all that great. Because it's 3-way split, so it's going through 3 different damage reductions. We're scaling harder into Faith, and even then it's only a 27 point difference. That's disappointing. It might increase the damage of the Ash of War to have more Faith like that, but the problem is all these stat requirements with this tiny bonus, it's not going to be all that great. Yeah. Yeah, you're not really going to be able to make a Sword of Night and Flame build unless you were building around the weapon art. Because weapon art does scale pretty well. It does a lot of damage. But the problem is you're not going to be able to hit those for the most part. But I have considered using the Sword of Night of Flame for its intelligence side. Because, you know, it has Comet Azure for very low investment. So let's say you did something like this, and then you had the Alexander Shard, and then you had like other stat bonusing things, and like I just wanted this idea where you go up and you snipe someone with a giant laser beam, you know? Instead they gave us magic bows that are very, very slow, and I don't really like them. Anyway, Sword of Night and Flame, 3-way split damage. Ash of Wars do a lot of damage. It's nice. A lot of people are like, oh, where's my int faith weapon? I'm like, just use an int and or faith weapon. How about that? So we're going on to Greatswords now. Greatswords, mostly quality weapons. That means that they scale with strength and dexterity. You want to have more dexterity than strength most of the time, but because you're going to be two-handing and because scaling goes very high, I would say that's not as true anymore. You'd probably just want to meet the minimum dexterity requirement, go harder into strength just because it's easier to get your strength without investing as hard, because you can two-hand and then suddenly you have like this massive strength bonus and you can slap heavy on it. Anyway, medium weight means that they are between 5 units and like 10 units. I would say closer to 8 units. Greatswords are usually 8 units. I would say 6 to 8 units. They're better two-handed for their hyper armor, which is just going to be a lot of different weapons. Greatswords definitely do not have hyper armor on their one-handed attacks unless you've used some sort of modifier like Warcry, which of course will add hyper armor to anything's heavy attacks. Excuse me. They're commonly used weapons defined by their effective range, speed, and armor. This means that they are not lacking in any way, but not the best in any way. They're not the best range, they're not the best speed, they don't have the highest armor. The thing is, they have a little bit of everything, and it all blends in an effective way. Sorry, I'm still waking up. I wanted to get this done with. Because I've had it ready for a while. Anyway, the Claymore has unique thrusting, heavy, and rolling attacks. I would say you can just sort of slap that onto any sort of build, infuse it, and then it's good to go. You don't really need to make a build around it. You can just be like, this is my Claymore, I love my Claymore does damage, and it is so nice. Be like, oh, there you go, and then infuse it with cold, and be like, alright, this is my Claymore, I love my Claymore, it does a lot of damage. But if you really wanted to, I'd just do strength and slap heavy on it, because as I said, it's a quality weapon, and because scaling is so high, you'd just rather go into heavy and be like, okay, this is good. 121, let's go on to Keen and maybe try that real quick. It's got 6. We did it to dexterity, it's 555 even when two-handed, so I would say it's definitely better to go into strength. Just as I've been saying, because the numbers go so high, you can just get that heavy bonus and be like, ooh, damage. Anyway, the Blasphemous Blade, we looked at it earlier, it gives you faith scaling, it's very strong. If you want to make a build around it, just invest into faith, go into Ash of War stuff. It restores your health when it does damage. It says in Ash of War that heals on hit, this is true. I would say it has higher strength scaling, but I haven't pushed the buttons yet, so I don't know that. Personally, I don't like it, it's very slow, but it has a giant shockwave that can be difficult to avoid if you're not really paying attention, or you try to roll into it, or, you know, it has hyper armor, so you can't trade with it. The opponent, you win the trade if you hit someone with Blasphemous Blade while they're attacking you. 724 attack rating. It's got physical and fire damage. Lots of faith scaling. It goes up to 21 is a requirement. Faith scaling might not be as important as the strength scaling, but it is definitely for the Ash of War, so you gotta consider that. Two-handing. Two-handing is probably also adding to that, but anyway. It's a pretty basic weapon. It doesn't do anything other than the Ash of War that heals you. The Knight's Greatsword, the Banished Knight's Greatsword, and the Inseparable Sword have the alternate moveset, which is to say they do the big overhead swing that does a circular motion, and then they do the sideways slash, and then they just keep doing that. They do an upper... They go up to down and then back around, and then they go down to up and then back around, and then they go left to right and then back into the stance. That's the alternate moveset. But only when they're two-handed. When they're one-handed, they're just like any other great sword. They don't matter at all. And I would say the Banished Knight's Greatsword has higher strength scaling, but the Knight's Greatsword has like more quality sort of scaling. I don't remember exactly. Let's just slap one in here real quick. We upgrade it. $16 for that. 476. 506. Okay, so this one is a little bit more dexterity scaling. You just slap Keen on it and call it a day. And the Banished Knight one might be more strength scaling, because that's usually how it works. Let's check that really quickly. It has a much higher strength requirement, so I would say it's safe to assume it has stronger strength scaling. Especially since the other one has dexterity scaling, and that's just how the game is. 503. 503. Okay, it's sort of quality, which is interesting. Because strength scaling is much higher. That means you could just do whatever you wanted with it. And the Inseparable Sword is a faith weapon, which cannot be infused. So I would say it's a faith weapon. You can use its Ash of War, it's got Sacred Blade on it. Knight's Greatsword, Banished Knight's Greatsword, you can put whatever you want on them. Sword of Milos restores FP on kill, debuffs nearby enemies with its Ash of War. It also inflicts bleed buildup, which I didn't bother to put on there, but it has these attacks, which are these... The heavy attacks are an interesting uppercut, Over here, a Sword of Milos build would... It appears to have higher dexterity scaling, so let's just do this real quick. 464, 546. 537. I would say it's more of a strength weapon, actually. Because you can two-hand it, and then it gets the bonus. It just has that dexterity scaling for whatever reason. But if you're a spellcaster, and you're going for the long run, in an invasion or whatever you want, Sword of Milos restores your FP. If you just have it in your offhand, or on your back or whatever, it will still do that. Even if you don't have the stat requirements. Even if you're an invader and the host is the one killing things, or a phantom is the one killing things, you still get the FP bonus. It's cool. Marias Executioner's Sword, we were talking about this earlier with the Regalia of Yokai. It has the same idea, the same exact stuff, but it has higher strength scaling instead of dexterity scaling, which makes sense. But it also has a Greatsword moveset, which means that it has hyper armor on all of its attacks when it's two-handed, including its Ash of War, but the Ash of War also has armor when it's one-handed, which means it's very strong with consecutive attack up stuff if you want to win a trade. It's very strong. Alabaster Lord's Sword has an Ash of War with a larger Gravitas effect, which is true. I would say it's mostly a strength weapon and not so much an intelligence weapon. But the intelligence probably scales the Gravitas a little bit more, but then again, Gravitas is also a gravity sort of Ash of War. It might scale with strength and intelligence, so you could probably just go hard into strength and then just be like, intelligence isn't off. Intelligence is a bonus. Death's Poker. Death's Poker has a powerful Frost Ash of War. I wouldn't say it has much scaling. I should show you. Death's Poker. I didn't show you those other ones because I'm pretty sure I'm just correct. And you should just slap some strength on there and be like, okay, this is nice. Okay, so Death's Poker is a little, not so much damage. It mostly inflicts cold, and then the cold, the frost, the debuff from it is what gives it all its damage. Its Ash of War is sort of a stance. You have two different options with a light and heavy attack. Or you can just choose to not do anything and it'll leave like a puff of fire there for a little bit. It hits multiple times. If you hit them directly with it, it's cool. You'll probably frost them very easily too. And so the light version leaves a trail of Ghost Flame, which has a little bit of homing to it. It's very nice. I wouldn't say it's all that great, but it's very nice because it leaves a trail. You can probably use it like I use Gravity Stone Fan, where you just send it after them after knocking them down. The problem is you can jump over it, is what I'm saying. Anyway, the heavy attack causes an explosion. If they try to jump over in preemptive, you can cause the explosion and hit them out of the air, you know? Anyway, the intelligence, let's check its intelligence scaling. Not a whole lot, actually. Not a whole lot, that's barely anything. Let's check its dexterity scaling. That's a good amount! That's a lot, strength. Strength is also pretty good, so I would say this is like a quality weapon with the frost modifier. Its intelligence does not matter. I would say it's like as if you infuse a weapon with cold infusion. It works like that. It doesn't get a whole lot from the intelligence, but it still gets stuff. Also, it's split damage, isn't it? It is, yeah. Yep. So, the intelligence scaling is not really there. It's mostly a dexterity weapon with strength scaling. So, it's a quality weapon. Okay. Like a really, really good quality weapon is what I would say. It inflicts frost. Frost is nice. Don't reset it. The defense debuff is really strong. And the stamina decrease, the regeneration decrease, that's really strong. Anyway, up next is Ordovis's Greatsword. It's very basic. I think it's mostly a strength weapon and not really a faith weapon. But if someone gets hit by its Ash of War, it's gonna hold them down for a while. It's gonna do a lot of damage. if you build for it, and it's just it hurt. It real big, it hurt. Especially if you charge it up. It's also very fast. I think they buffed it at one point. So let's see the strength scaling. 73 just from 15 points. Dexterity scaling, 18, not a dexterity weapon. How about the faith? 39. It's not a whole lot. It's definitely a strength weapon, but it does have faith scaling. 39, it's not bad. That was from 25 points compared to 15 points, so definitely more of a strength weapon. But it also has holy damage, so let's say you want to use something like the Last Rites buff, which gives you 25 holy damage and a tiny, like, Golden Vow bonus, which is a straight sword with holy stuff about it. If you use that with this, it's probably going to be the most optimal thing, but it doesn't really last all that long, costs a lot of FP, and you probably just want to use this as a strength weapon. Sacred Relic Sword, not really a weapon, I would say. It's just the giant Ash of War is the most appealing part of it. Just coats an entire area in a wave of destruction. Apparently it's mostly a dexterity weapon, because look at this 24 dexterity requirement. You know, in Dark Souls 1, we only went up to 25 dexterity requirement. That's how you know that dexterity is just trying to stop you from using crazy stuff. Anyway, that's a lot of dexterity bonus right there. It just went up 61 points from 16 levels of dexterity. Okay, how about the faith? Faith, not as much. Not as much, but it's still there. What about the strength? Just to humor it. About the same as the faith, honestly. That's a bit of a problem. Okay, so this is definitely a dexterity weapon. I would say the faith probably boosts its Ash of War, because its Ash of War is completely holy damage. You're not gonna hit anyone who you're not laggy against. You're not gonna hit me with this, that's for sure. If you're not gonna hit me with the Sacred Relic Sword's Ash of War, that's a problem. You're not hitting me with that. I know exactly how it works. But not everyone does, so it could be a strong option. Especially, like, as a wake-up option, maybe that would be a good idea. You know, the same thing we've been talking about, where it's like you throw a Gravity Stone Fan down, you back up a little bit, you throw the Stone Fan down. If they roll away from you, they get hit. More often than not. If they don't, well, you can run in behind it and try to hit them. Anyway, Dark Moon Greatsword, we looked at this earlier, but the Dark Moon Greatsword is definitely an intelligence weapon. It is one of the best intelligence weapons, I would say. It doesn't really have a moveset to speak about. It has a arbitrary strength requirement, which it always has had. The intelligence, I use it at base intelligence. Okay, that should tell you how strong this thing is. I do not care to invest all that more into intelligence. Like, really, how much more could I put into it? It gets up to 677, 732, and then 762. That's not a whole lot. It's not a whole lot. Maybe if we put strength into it. That's not a whole lot. No. For all that, how about dexterity? Dexterity was a little bit more, which is interesting. But that's probably because you can two-hand for the strength bonus. But even then, that's interesting, the dexterity scaled a little bit more. But that could just be because dexterity is a little lower. Let's use this as a base, and then 673, 700, 73, 700. Okay, so it is exactly the same amount. It's just the fact is dexterity is lower than strength on the requirements. And then the intelligence is its main bonus. And when you buff it, it modifies the heavy attacks to fire additional magic, like project. It gives it itself a magic buff. It buffs itself with magic. That already makes it stronger. It gives itself more frost damage. The frost is going to make it stronger. And it alters its heavy attacks to also fire a magic projectile, which means you get hit twice if you're up close and you get hit by the sword itself and the projectile. And you're probably instantly frosted, too. This thing hurts. You don't even need more than the base levels. Like, that's what I use. It's very strong. Okay, so moving on. Next we have Colossal Swords. Colossal Swords are very heavy and very strength most of the time. Majorly strength scaling, particularly heavy. This means they have more than 15 weight most of the time. They get up into the 20 units. It's very heavy. You need to build your whole build around these things, which is good, because that's what we're doing. So they're best two-handed for the strength boost, the armor boost, and the unparryable attacks. You may not know this, but Colossal Swords cannot be parried by any means when they're two-handed. You don't need to do jump attacks, you don't need to do heavy attacks. The rolling attacks cannot be parried, the running attacks cannot be parried. You want to two-hand this thing and just... you win the trade. You can also do this really sketchy, like, true combo where you hit with the end of the running attack, and then you follow up with a light attack, and it's a true combo, but you have to do it, it's not consistent, and it works best with the, Godslayer's Greatsword over here. Anyway, they're strong, they're somewhat slower with massive hyper armor, absolutely devastating to trade with, yes. They hurt. They hurt. Don't get hit by this, especially not the rolling attack, because it's a thrust attack. Or it's a pierce attack, as they call it now, which does counter damage. So the Zweihander is the lightest. It has higher dexterity scaling. Let me show you. Let's put a Zweihander in here. It's probably still better to use it as a strength weapon, but I may be surprised. So it has a higher dexterity scaling. At its base, it's 442. You put Keen on it, it's 434. It's definitely not good right away because it doesn't really have that much dexterity to start off with as its requirement. But once you infuse it, so once we have that dexterity scaling going, it has 547. Put Heavy on it, it's 566. I said 547? Yeah, it was 466, wasn't it? So see, then you two-hand it, and then it's like 518. But then, that's still not great. But of course, we don't have strength at the moment. That's impressive. But then you put Keen on it, it's like 601, and you're like 540 to 601. That is pretty good. But what if we forced it to be a heavy weapon? What if we forced it to be a heavy? 577, 655. As I said, it's probably still more of a strength weapon. The fact is, you can just include, you can use it as a dexterity weapon if you felt like it. If you felt like it, you could use it as a dexterity weapon at higher strength, dexterity strength than most of the other ones. 601. I'm just checking again because I didn't really look. Of course, that's one-handed. That was one-handed, so check that. Yeah, 577. That's one-handed. So if you're one-handing, which you shouldn't most of the time, if you're good, I guess, you could probably get away with it, then dexterity is better. But if you're two-handing, or you... Actually, if you invest harder into dexterity, then it's probably better. Yeah. So this is comparable to two-handing with 40. Get to 60 dexterity, then it's better than 40 strength. But why would you do that? I mean, you could infuse it with lightning. Infuse it with lightning, put on the lightning slash, and then you get this sort of crazy true combo with it. I don't know. There's stuff like that. So the Great Sword is massive and has high damage overall. There's always this colossal sword, this ultra great sword that's called the Great Sword. It makes it hard to find in these weapon calculator things. But this thing is crazy. It's a super powerful strength weapon. You want to just slap big number in there and be like, oh, attack of 884. Like, just go to 57, 58. I think half of this is 25 plus 3. So yeah, this is exactly 80 when you two-hand. 832 attack. That's a lot. Isn't it? Yeah. The Ruins Greatsword, however... Oh, actually, the Grafted Blade Greatsword is next. It boosts all your stats by 5 when you're using its Ash of War, making it useful for builds with 27 strength, because you can two-hand it, so you can get the 40 strength requirement. And then you can reach requirements for spells. Or just boost everything, you know? There's actually a glitch with it right now, but I'm not going to tell you how to do it. it gives you permanent +5 to health and I think endurance, maybe mind. But I don't remember if it actually boosts your equipment load. But the thing is, you have to not use, you know, stat boosts, like the 2 Fingers Heirloom or something. Any other stat boosts will mess it up. But I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but it's very easy to do. If you look it up, you'll find it, I'm sure. Anyway, the Ruins Greatsword is probably the strongest scaling strength weapon in the game. I don't actually... It has a small intelligence requirement, which is just trying to stop you from using it. But as you can see, if we have the optimal strength amount and we two-hand it, we got 929 attack. Granted, 100 of that is magic, but the thing is, it has this massive strength scaling, large ground-based projectile. It also has AoE, like, gravity stone effects if you fully charge the heavy attacks. It's cool. It's cool. It's very strong. It's not very big, though. I mean, it is, but it's also not, somehow. Like, it's not very long. It's not as long as some of the other Colossal swords. It's still very strong, though. The Star Scourge Greatsword, you see this very often, I'm sure, is a paired weapon, which means you can always parry it because you can't two-hand it. Definitely a strength weapon, again. Not so much intelligence scaling because it's a gravity weapon, as usual. But we need that intelligence, or we can't use it. The best thing about it is probably, well, first off, the fact you're using 2 swords at the same time. You could do some pretty strong jump attacks. They're not very long, though, so again, that is a problem. And you can parry them. Jump attack's not amazing. It's mostly for punishes. They're not very fast. You use them like a basic Colossal weapon, I would say, where you do like crouching attacks. Try to get some speed out of it. Anyway, the Star Scourge Greatswords, they're Ash of War. It will pull players depending on which way you're facing. So if you're facing away from them, it'll actually push them away from you. Or was it that way? I don't remember. If you're facing them, it pulls them towards you. So yeah, if you're facing away from them, it'll push them away from you. But the thing is, if you're facing to the side, it'll pull them left or right, depending on which way you're facing. And where they are in relation to you. You basically work like a magnet, where your front is pulling and your back is pushing. So, think of it like that. It's very strong, because it's a massive AoE. The follow-up also does a lot of damage, and they buffed it recently to be faster. Which is cool. It needed that. It's cool. Star Scourge Greatsword. Next up is the Godslayer's Greatsword, which is a very cool weapon, I would say. It's definitely the dexterity scaling Colossal sword, but it also is a faith weapon, and it has a lot of stat requirements, as you can see here. 20, 22, 20. Once something's in 20, that's a lot. That's a lot. Especially because it's not really using that strength requirement. So, like, let's put the requirements over here. Excuse me. This is what it looks like when it has no scaling. 692, that's a lot, right? That's pretty good. Let's see if we have 40 faith, what happens. 628, not bad. Not bad, that's pretty good. Dexterity? 762. So as you can see, this is a dexterity weapon. Not so much a strength weapon. Still benefits from it, though, because it can't be infused, and therefore it's a quality weapon. Anything that can't be infused is typically considered a quality weapon. It scales really well with everything that it has requirements for. So, I'm sure if you mainly boosted the faith and the strength, this is probably why, now that I think about it. Strength is boosting the fire, isn't it? It's not, actually. 188, 54... 188.54, yeah, the fire is flame art, so it only scales with faith. That sucks. But it is there. it's definitely mainly a dexterity scaling weapon. You want this to be a dexterity weapon. It also has faith and strength for no reason. If it was just a dexterity colossal sword, I guess that would be weird. So it is nice. It has those things. It's Ash of War. It really sucks. If you kill someone with this, that's pretty cool. It's very bad. It does do dot damage. No damage over time. I said dot damage. It does damage over time. It causes a burning effect. It does not lower their health. It's just the black flame. It's not death. What is it? It's not like the black knife or the black blade. It doesn't have destined death. It doesn't have destined death. Black flame. Malekith's Black Blade, by the way, has an Ash of War that lowers maximum health and causes a short damage over time burn effect. If you want to build around that, I think it's mostly a strength weapon. Got 34 strength requirement. It also, the same way the other weapon we just looked at, has some faith requirement. Let's see if you get up to 40. That's just 11 points. That's barely anything. Let's say we get to 57 strength. I forgot to buff it. I forgot to. So the strength requirement forces you to make it into a strength weapon already. To make the faith, we get a decent amount of faith bonus. I forgot to upgrade it, so we weren't getting a whole lot out of it before. That is a problem with unupgraded stuff. You don't get as much damage bonus. The upgrades are really where the damage is. Of course, this is the maximum power strength at 915. That's a lot. It's almost 100 more damage. But then again, it's not like I did this. But that's still a lot. This is definitely a strength weapon. It's also probably because we're two-handing it. But anyway, this is definitely a strength weapon. You don't want it for the holy damage, you want it for the strength. But its Ash of War is cool. It's Destined Death. It hits a whole lot. Apparently, if you hit someone directly with it, then it combos them into the whole thing. But I didn't know that, because I don't get hit by it, because it's very slow. So after Colossal Swords, we have Thrusting Swords! And Thrusting Swords are mainly dexterity scaling. I say mainly because they, you'll see lightweight because they are below 4 units. Best two-handed for faster recovery. You can use them one-handed, but they're not as good two-handed. Mainly before, because two-handing did a lot more poise damage. Now, just because of the faster recovery and the fact of the strength bonus. They're very oppressive, they're fast, and they benefit from thrust counter hits. They can perform feints by canceling held heavy attacks with rolls. Or backsteps. You don't have to roll, you can just push the circle button. I would spam it. It's kind of difficult to time. S-Stock has higher dexterity scaling and horizontal heavy attacks. Normally the S-Stock is the strength variant, which is weird. There's also the Noble's S-Stock. I think it's more of a dexterity weapon, but it's longer, but it's not the longest. The longest is definitely the Cleanrot sword. Cleanrot Knight sword. Anyway, the S-Stock has higher dexterity scaling. Let me show you what a S-Stock build looks like. And let's just throw the Noble's S-Stock on here at the same time, because why not? Because I didn't include it there for some reason. I'm pretty sure I'll trust the me of the past. I was doing something smart in not doing that. Or not carrying. The AR is apparently about the same when they're at base. If they have dexterity, though, the S-Stock beats it out just a little bit. Just a little bit. This is if they're keen infused and two-handed. They're not two-handed. It's still a little bit. Strength bonus, as you can see, is still kind of there. It actually looks like the Noble's S-Stock has higher. No, they're both getting 6 units. They're both getting 6 damage from that. Strength is E. Yeah, they're about the same. They have the same moveset. I think the Noble's S-Stock might be longer. I'm not sure about that. But the S-Stock is a little bit stronger. Cleanrot Knight Sword is the strength. Rapier, it is very powerful because of that. Because, as I said, it's better to two-hand them for faster recovery and all that. So it's like, okay, if I'm two-handing anyway, why don't I use the strength one? Slap some heavy on there and be like, okay, there we go. Okay, there's a problem, but that's just because we didn't do this. 475, 422. So as you can see, it's actually still pretty good as Keen, I would say. I made this like 16 and 40, and then I slapped on Keen. 417. That's not better. No, it's definitely the strength one. It's way better with strength. And then there's Rogier's Rapier, which I mentioned this earlier, but it has to be +8. You cannot get it below that. It has unique heavy attacks that hit twice. It's basically the Ricard's Rapier, or Rickard's Rapier from Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, which hits multiple times with its heavy attack. Normally it's difficult to create a Rogier's Rapier build purely because it has to be upgraded. So you don't see it very often just because it's like, well, I can't use it at lower levels all that well. And other than that, it's just like the Clean Rot Rapier is just so much stronger. Look at this. This is 401 damage. It's two-handed. It's Keen infused. Everything is optimal, and it's 74 points weaker than the Clean Rot Rapier. It's crazy. Look at that. It's got an A scaling in dexterity. How much did the Clean Rot have when it was strengthened? Got a B. That's silly. The Frozen Needle inflicts frost and fires a short-range projectile with heavy attacks, including feints. So if you do a feint by doing the held heavy attack cancel while you're charging the heavy attack, if you do a feint, which is where you roll or backstep, then it'll fire the projectile, which inflicts frost. The whole thing itself inflicts frost, but it's also very short. The projectile tries to help with that, but the problem is just the fact that it's so short, and it has very low damage. If you wanted to make a Frozen Needle build, it's basically just a quality build because you can't infuse it, which is another problem. It's also a Twinkling Titanite weapon, or a Somber infused weapon, or a Somber weapon, I would say. It's 10 points just from strength, not a whole lot. If we put like that was already with the dexterity scale, it's just not that great. Like, it only even becomes comparable to the other ones when we have 40-40. Like this, it's definitely a dexterity weapon. It's still not all that great. It's not very strong. Thrusting swords. Heavy thrusting swords is a new weapon type. It's not in the other games. They are mainly dexterity scaling. I say mainly because they're kind of quality weapons. You can put strength on them, but this one is arcane. They're mainly dexterity scaling. They're medium weight, which means they are 6 to 10 units, just like Greatswords. They're best two-handed for the faster recovery, but they're capable one-handed. They're pretty much the same one-handed. They can perform feints by held cancel attacks with rolls, canceling held heavy attacks with rolls, the same way that rapiers do. They're popular hit-and-run weapons due to the distance the running heavy attack travels. It goes really far with the running heavy attack. The running light attack doesn't go nearly as far, but it's just the heavy attack. You can run to the side of this as it's happening, but you kind of got to run towards it, which means the opponent's not using it at the optimal distance, which is kind of hard to do because of how far it goes. But anyway, the fact is the heavy attack goes really far, and it's really good for that. Notable weapons include, first off, the Bloody Halise is arcane scaling, and it has blood buildup. It's very strong. It has an Ash of War that dodges attacks, and has the option to punish them with a powerful thrust attack, and then follow up with a short flurry. Now, I wouldn't do the short flurry, but it's actually kind of difficult to dodge the short flurry, because it swings twice. It does a, like, backhand swing and then a forward attack. If you wanted to make a build based around it, I would just do Arcane. It scales better with Arcane than Dexterity, I would think it does, and even if it didn't, it's got blood build up, anything with blood buildup is just a good idea to have dexterity on it. I mean, arcane on it. Whew. So the attack rating you see is 494. If we get that arcane up, 45. That's a lot. Get rid of the dexterity scaling. Not too hard of a hit. 585 goes down to 538. The arcane is definitely where you want to go for this thing. But it does benefit from the dexterity. Definitely benefits from it. Not as much from the strength, of course. But you still require it, because it's like a greatsword level weapon. Dragon King's Cragblade has an Ash of War that travels along the ground, despite being in the air, and crashes down for a powerful strike. What I mean by this is, if you try to use it to fly over a hole in the ground, you're not going to. You're going to fall. You could make the distance if it's a short distance, but it's not recommended. You're going to fall. Don't do that. You'll fall a little bit slower than if you just walked off, but the fact is you're going to fall down. I don't think you can get hit like by a low reaching attack. Like, you're still going over stuff, but the thing is you are going to fall. You won't fall if you're over flat ground. You'll like float. It's interesting. Anyway, Dragon King's Cragblade, it's a lightning weapon, and it's a dexterity lightning weapon. That means it's definitely a dexterity weapon. Look at that. It's got 37 dexterity requirement. Just to use the thing. Oh, it also has 18. To use the thing, you already are a dex build. And because it's lightning and a dexterity sort of weapon, it's double dipping into dexterity. It's just real good. Just for formality, let's put strength on it. See, that wasn't even all that much of a bonus. Put 60 in here, you get a 90. 89 bonus, I'm pretty sure that is. Of course, you can always two-hand it. It's just, it's a dexterity weapon. Does lightning damage. Great Epi has horizontal heavy attacks. Great Epi is the more generic one. And the Godston Stitcher scales stronger with dexterity than the Great Epi. You put the Great Epi over here. Godskin Stitcher. The Stitcher scales a little bit better with dexterity. As you can see, we have more dexterity right now. It has a higher scaling. Just a little bit, though. Just a little bit. You can actually see C and C, D and C. But it's not a very low D, apparently. Yeah, this actually seems to have a higher C. It's getting 70 dexterity. It's getting 63, 63. Okay, so maybe the Godskin Stitcher is more the quality one, the Epi is not. The thing is, you can infuse them both with Keen and be like, okay. I think the Godskin Stitcher is heavier, and generally, the heavier weapons are stronger. Okay? Even by a little bit. Even by a little bit. The Godskin Stitcher also has heavy attacks that hit twice when fully charged. It does like a double thrust, sort of like Rogier's Rapier was. Anyway. Curved Swords. Curved Swords are mainly dexterity scaling. I say that because some of them are not dexterity scaling. Anyway, they're lightweight, which means they're typically 4 units or less, maybe 5. Best dual-wielded, but effective in general. This means you want to use 2 of them to do the running attack, which hits 4 times, or the jumping attack, which hits 4 times. But they're effective in general. Personally, I would use one of these ones at the top, the Scimitar, the Shamshir, because they have faster attacks on their light attacks. They can feint held heavy attacks with their rolls or backsteps. So all of them can do that. All of them. I would say Wing of Astel is probably better at it. They are fast weapons that can rush people down with horizontal attacks. There's one thing to remember. One thing to remember. Well, not really remember. Their running attacks are The running attacks of curved swords, if you're close to an enemy, they won't go as far while you're locked on. I'm pretty sure this was a thing in Dark Souls 3. I don't know why, because it wasn't a thing in Dark Souls 1 or 2. But basically, if you're going to try to run attack and you're not doing the power stance one, you're using it like one-handed or two-handed, the running attack doesn't go as far. You have to unlock before you do that. But I may be remembering wrong. I've been playing a bunch of the Souls games. Dark Souls 3 might be stuck in my head. Anyway, the Scimitar and the Shamshur have alternate light attacks that are faster and reach farther. So even though they're not as long as like the Grossmesser or the Bandit's curved swords, if you're using the sword by itself, the Scimitar or the Shamshur definitely being stronger. The alternate light attacks, which are not power stance, not dual wielded, are faster and reach farther. As you can see, I've been using the Shamshur on a heavy build just because I'm crazy. Because I wanted to use a curved sword. So the Scavenger's curved sword has innate bleed build up, which makes it powerful with the occult infusion. The occult infusion adds arcane scaling. When something has arcane scaling, it scales bleed, frenzy, poison, sleep. Yeah, it's very powerful. The Mantis, basically the Scavenger's curved sword, that you put occult on them and you make an arcane build. It's an arcane. Scimitar, Shamshur, those are dexterity weapons. You pick them up, you put Keen on them, you make them dexterity weapons. The Mantis blade has a unique heavy attack that extends the blade temporarily, but it's very short otherwise. It's not very good. Like, those heavy attacks take a while to do. They look cool. You could do like a Bloodborne saw cleaver sort of idea behind it, but they're just not good. I don't even think they scale very well. Because remember, like, lighter weapons are generally not as strong as heavier weapons. So we've got dexterity. Okay, so the dexterity, 75, 54. It's definitely more of a dexterity weapon. It's still not that great. Beastman Curved Sword has Sekiro jumping attacks and scales better with strength. This is true. These things are both true. There is a problem. Beastman's Curved Sword is very short. It's very short. It's just for fun, but it does scale with heavy, like, way better. If we slap it in here, put some heavy on there, 436, that's like 100 more damage. And this is not. It's 460. The 366. It's like 28 damage compared to the practically 100. That's 98 more damage from that. Like, it's not even heavy infused. Look what happens when we heavy infuse. 458. It's not actually a whole lot more. I mean, it is 136. It's 136 now. And we're not two-handing it. You two-hand it, goes up to 524. That's pretty good. It's a strength curved sword, but as I said, it's very short, and that's a problem. Flowing curved sword has unique heavy attacks. That's the one that's got like the water, like sort of dancey stuff. I think it's definitely going to be a dexterity weapon. Yeah, it's got a 17. Instead of showing you like with the numbers, we can just look over here at the left. Honestly, it's got a C in dexterity. The Serpent God's curved sword restores health per kill. The same way the Sword of Milos restores health, even if you're an invader and the host is killing stuff. The Serpent God curved sword does that too. Except for health this time. This is mostly a strength weapon. Again, it's kind of short, but the fact remains it restores health. The thing is, these per kill effects do not stack with themselves. You have to use another weapon that does the same thing if you want it to stack with another of the same sort of bonus as a weapon. The Magma Blade works much like the Coated Swords, where it does not deflect off of shields and such. This means, like, in PvE,
Great Shields, you'll bounce off of them, but in PvP, Dragon Bolt Blessing, Iron Jar Aromatic, you'll bounce off of that. The Magma Blades do not care, they will keep swinging, they will not bounce. And they are mostly faith weapons, so Magma Blade, I thought it was Magma Curve Sword, I was like, what? These are faith weapons, so let's say you got the faith requirement for it. Over here, you get the faith. You got a C in strength and a C in faith. So I guess you could also do it for strength. That's interesting. Let me see real quick. Yeah, it's a significant bonus. And that's actually not as much of a bonus. That's interesting. 520 versus 551. Okay. 151, 34. So the fire damage doesn't scale with it, but apparently this is more of a strength weapon, which is weird. But it also has faith scaling, you can use it as faith stuff, it does the fire damage. Its Ash of War causes lava to spray everywhere while it's doing a spinning slash. It's very strong. It's very strong. These are good weapons. The Wing of Astel causes short-range magic projectiles with heavy attacks, even the feints. So you do feints with them, it fires a projectile. If you fully charge it, though, it'll fire 2 projectiles, because it swings twice with its charged attack, then. It's very strong. It's very strong. It's definitely a dexterity intelligence weapon. Let's take a look at this. Not the right thing. As you can see here, it's got dexterity C, intelligence B. Got an intelligence scaling of B. That's a lot. It's definitely going to benefit a lot from the dexterity. Take a look at this. 461, 501. That's pretty good. But the intelligence, 461, 511. Yeah. It's pretty good as a dexterity intelligence weapon. But the magic damage of the projectiles is very nice. It's also got the Ash of War Nebula, which can be used for setups. If someone runs into that, then it does a lot of damage. It combos into stuff because it stuns them for a while. And you can follow up behind it. The coolest thing is you can follow up behind it, which allows you to do more on top of it. But the best option, I would say, is to use it the same way you use, like, Spark Aromatic, where you throw it on Wake Up, free-aimed. You don't need to free-aim this, I don't think. You just kind of throw it at them while they're on the ground. But the point is, they get up, the explosions are happening. You want to throw it behind them to get them to roll forward, maybe. Because the problem with Wake Up is that you're completely invincible on your first roll if you roll, like, within a certain time frame before you completely stand up. You're completely immune while you're getting up. If you haven't rolled it, you're not going to get hit. If you roll during that time. Anyway, the Eclipse Shortle is the only weapon that causes Deathblight buildup, but only while its buff is active. So the Eclipse Shortle is, I'm pretty sure it's a dexterity faith weapon. Generally, you do not want this to do a lot of damage, and it has very high stat requirements purely to stop you from using it, because it inflicts Deathblight, which is going to instantly kill someone when it procs, activates. It fully inflicts them with Deathblight. As can be seen, it has a C in Dexterity and Faith. Its Death Flare ability got buffed to an extent where they made this more of a damaging weapon, which is not beneficial, as I was saying. It's actually most beneficial to use an unupgraded one. Use Death Flare. Have 2 of them. Have 2 of them. And then buff both of them and run after someone and try to inflict Deathblight on them. Anyway, the Eclipse Shortle is a dexterity holy weapon, or faith weapon. It's weapon art, it's Ash of War buffs, it's buffs it with holy damage, a significant amount, and it buffs it with Deathblight buildup. And because they're a Shodal, they bypass shields pretty well. And then there's Curved Greatswords. Curved Greatswords are strength and slightly more dexterity scaling, so they're quality. They're mostly dexterity weapons, that's what slightly more dexterity scaling means. But they always have strength requirements to keep you from using them, because Curved Greatswords are generally the go-to, like, if you want a good weapon in a Souls game, the Curved Greatswords are good weapons. All the time, in all of them. I would say they're least amazing in Dark Souls 2. But even then, they're still really good. Best two-handed, they're between heavy and medium weight, which means that they are like, you know, there's some that are like 8 units, some that are like 12 units. Stuff like that. Best two-handed for the strength and hyper armor bonus, but they combo well with offhand weapons. This is to say, if you're using a dagger in your offhand and a curved greatsword in your main hand, you can actually combo the one-handed attack of the curved greatsword into the offhand dagger. This is just a little bit more damage, and I don't know if it's really all that great, but the idea is you inflict them with frost, and it makes it way more likely that you'll get it in one combo, I would say. Or it builds up very quickly. They're often used as strong, wide-sweeping weapons that have decent armor on attacks. Most notably, the Omen Cleaver and the Magma Wyrm's Scale Sword have short range, but they do chopping two-handed heavy attacks, including when jumping. So if you do a two-handed jumping heavy attack with one of these weapons, you'll put the sword underneath you and just like land on top of it. Smash someone with a chopping motion. This is also how the Butcher's Knife works. And the Omen Cleaver and Magma Wyrm Scale Sword. The Magma Wyrm Scale Sword specifically will be doing that with its Ash of War as well. So let's talk about these weapons real quick. The Omen Cleaver is like particularly heavy, and I think it scales better with dexterity than the other ones that are similarly heavy and such. And as you know, heavier weapons have better scaling, or have more damage. Strength is C, dexterity 6. So this is a quality weapon. Because it's heavier, I'm pretty sure it's better. The Magma Wyrm Scale Sword is actually more of a faith weapon. It's got faith to it, but generally when it's a quality weapon, when it's like, you know, you can't infuse it, it turns out that it's not really good at faith. But it does have a B in faith and a B in strength. So I would say it's a strength faith weapon. You can use it really well with Flame Grant Me Strength. It's kind of short though. And then there's the Beastman's Cleaver, which scales entirely with strength. Beastman's Cleaver is a bit shorter again, but whenever something scales with strength and it's good two-handed, that's a pretty good weapon, I would say. Because you could just be like, pop, and suddenly you have 70 more damage. Okay, 63 more damage. And we don't even have the proper investment yet. So yeah, that's a strength weapon. Does not have dexterity scaling. You have to force it to have dexterity scaling. It does not have any. So the Bloodhound's Fang is a dexterity, more common, very often used curved greatsword because of how early you can get it, how strong it is, and you can buff it, despite being a somber upgrading weapon. Its Ash of War is not amazing. It does a lot of damage if it lands, but it's not amazing. It's hard to punish if your opponent doesn't do the follow-up attack because they jump away, and the follow-up attack is completely invulnerable for the early part of the weapon because it is Bloodhound Step. It's Bloodhound's Fang. It has iframes. And then it has armor on top of that. That makes it pretty strong. If someone has the audacity to try and trade with it, they lose. That is not a good idea. You cannot infuse it, as I've been saying. But that doesn't really matter. It has dexterity scaling and a bit of strength scaling, as you can see here. So when you two-hand it, it gets a pretty good bonus from that. But because it's primarily a dexterity weapon, you can use it on a dexterity build and do pretty well with it, and then you can buff it with, like, more blood. Why not? It's one of the stronger curved swords, which is weird. This is like the Onyx Lord's Greatsword causes an AoE that pushes enemies with its Ash of War. I'm pretty sure that this one is not, again, because it's a gravity weapon, it's not going to be as much scaling with its intelligence. But I don't know if it's more of a strength weapon or a dexterity. It's more of a strength weapon, as you can see here. But it also has intelligence scaling, which is interesting. It's got way higher intelligence scaling than I thought it would. Let's check the Alabaster Lord Sword. Just because it has higher requirement. Yeah, see, this one doesn't have, like I said before, it doesn't have intelligence scaling. The curved sword actually has intelligence scaling. That's interesting. Interesting. The AoE is not as big as the Alabaster Lord's Sword, though, I'm pretty sure, but it is the only one that pushes enemies, which is also interesting. Anyway, the Zamor curved sword is really weird. This thing, I would say, is a dexterity weapon. It's basically like the Death's Poker. Death's Poker was like a quality weapon. It was like as if it was cold infused. Oh, but this doesn't have any magic damage on it. It's pure physical. But the thing is, it's very short, and it has an attack, the light attacks, that are also very short. So if you... There was a buff to curved swords in a lot of weapons recently, which made their heavy attacks faster. If you primarily use it for the heavy attack, you might not really notice this, but the light attacks have an alternate swing where it does a sort of spin, and you can't really aim them that well. If you try to turn it around, you have to go forward first, so you will end up losing distance. It's very interesting. But the cool thing is, it's Zamor Ice Storm Ash of War, works exactly like the spell with the same name, the sorcery with the same name, except it also has hyper armor, which makes it a lot more effective. It also is an Ash of War, which means it scales with the weapon, which makes it very strong, even though you don't have any intelligence. Like, you don't need the intelligence to use it. It also doesn't have any intelligence scaling. This thing also has frost buildup, but it doesn't really come into play. It's not as strong as some of the other ones, is what I'm saying. Then there's the Morgott's Cursed Sword, which scales with Arcane and is the lightest curved greatsword for some reason, because this thing is very powerful, actually. Hold on. It's very, very light. I think it's 7.5 units. It's actually lighter than the Bloody Helice, which is a heavy thrusting sword, which is crazy to think. But because of that, it has very high requirements of 35 dexterity, making this a very much a dexterity weapon. As you can see, it has a B in dexterity. It also has Arcane, but the Arcane is really secondary to its dexterity scaling. But if you put that at 45, it'll get the blood loss build up to be its optimal. But as you can see, this is definitely a dexterity weapon, not an Arcane weapon. It just also has Arcane scaling, which means that the blood buildup scales with its Arcane scale, which means you could put that to 45 and suddenly you have a lot of blood buildup. But if you want some real damage, you bump this dexterity stat to 60 and suddenly you're doing some big numbers. Whew. Okay, curved greatswords. Next up are katanas. Katanas are pretty basic, honestly, if I'm gonna tell you the truth. They're majorly dexterity scaling. They scale with dexterity, except for this one. And no, that's pretty much it. They're medium weight, which means they weigh like 6 units, 8 units. They're best two-handed for faster recovery, but they have a similar one-handed moveset. The difference is the one-handed moveset actually normally has a heavy thrusting attack. The Nagakiba defies this and does this also for its two-handed attack, which is insane. Because it's already like the longest katana, except for maybe Hand of Millennia. Anyway, they're often used for their bleed buildup, their long-running attacks, and their powerful Ashes of War. So on that note, the Nagakiba is essentially the longest one, because the Hand of Millennia cannot be infused, cannot get a unique, it cannot change its Ash of War. The Nagakiba is very, very good. If you're going to use a katana, it's the longest one, it's very heavy, so it's the strongest one. I don't think it has, like, amazing scaling because of that. I think that because of all these benefits, it doesn't scale as well. Yeah, but it has a B in dexterity, so it's still a dex weapon. It's still really good. Because in Dark Souls 3, they nerfed the washing pole, so it doesn't have a true combo with its light attacks. And in this one, it's just like, nah, give it all the good stuff. I'm like, what were you thinking? Well, anyway, the Nagakiba is good. It's really long, it's very strong, it's heavy attack even when two-handed, it is a thrust attack. And it comes with, even though it's not its normal Ash of War, because of the way you get it, it comes with the Piercing Fang Ash of War, which is also really strong, and you should always try to get that. It ignores all blocking. But anyway, that's enough about the Nagakiba. The Nagakiba is really good. But it's still a katana. It's only so good. The Serpent Bone Blade inflicts a stronger poison than other sources and has heavy attacks that hit twice. Much like the Warhawk Talon, which is a straight sword, it has these two-hitting heavy attacks. But the thing about the Serpent Bone Blade is you can't infuse it, and that means you can't change its Ash of War. Apparently it's normal upgrade, though. But you can't change its Ash of War. I can do it here in the planner, but because you can't imbue it, you can't change its infusion. That means you can't change its Ash of War. Okay? So this thing is a dexterity weapon, as would make sense, because it's a katana. And it inflicts a stronger poison. That's it. It's just a fun weapon. I wouldn't say it's very good. Can be, but it's not really. If you hit someone with it, it's still gonna hurt. And then there's the Meteoric Ore Blade. Meteoric Ore Blade is actually a strength weapon. Compared to the other katanas, it has much higher strength scaling. And it has a arbitrary intelligence requirement. Yes. As you can see, it has strength at C and intelligence at C, which would lead you to believe they're the same. But the thing is, strength, it's the two-handed bonus. So boom. It's mostly a strength weapon. And its dexterity is at D, which is not really bad. It's not too bad. You could still get some dexterity from that. But the thing is, it's a strength weapon. And then there's Moonveil. Everyone knows Moonveil. Moonveil is an intelligence weapon. It fires a laser beam with its light or heavy attacks from its stance. But you may also find it is a dexterity weapon with split damage, but I do not believe the laser beams benefit from that dexterity scaling. The weapon itself does, so if you hit people up close, which you're probably not going to, then yes, it gets dexterity scaling from that, and it can hurt quite a bit. Moonveil is pretty basic. I'm pretty sure you already know how it works. But if you don't, because it fires lasers, because it scales with intelligence, it's very strong. And you can cancel its recovery by blocking for a very short moment. So you can rapid fire it a little bit faster. It's good. It's good. I wish they didn't unnerf it by changing how Poise worked. Anyway. Rivers of Blood, same idea. It's an arcane weapon, does a whole lot of damage. You probably know about this one too, but you probably don't know how to use it optimally. Most people don't. They just slap arcane and all that and go nuts. So this is an arcane scaling weapon, but as you can see, it has higher dexterity scaling. And its dexterity scaling actually also, I believe, increases its fire damage. Let's check. It's at 186 plus 44. And now it's at 186 plus 44. Okay, so I don't think that's true, but maybe this calculator's wrong and I just don't know. But I just don't know. Let's raise its arcane and see if that does. Yes, the arcane seems to have scaled a little bit more fire. Anyway, because it's a dexterity weapon, most people just slap arcane on it and think that's good, right? Well, you should get more dexterity for it because it's split damage, and the arcane only goes up to 45 for its blood, and its bleed build-up. And because it has fire, you can invest harder into the fire damage and get some more damage out of that. So you do Bloody Slash with it. You do the Corpse Piler, not Bloody Slash. Bloody Slash is a different thing. You do Corpse Piler with Rivers of Blood. Up close, it does a whole lot of damage. You're probably just gonna one-shot people with it. It's ridiculous. If you catch them, because they undid the poise changes, if you catch them with the second part of the Corpse Piler, they're getting hit by all of the slashes now. Like, if they do not wait for you to start the animation and try to roll at an optimal moment, they're getting hit, they're getting bled out, they're probably going to die. That's how Rivers of Blood is. And then there's the Dragon Scale Blade, which has no bleed buildup, unlike every other katana, except for maybe the Meteoric Ore Blade. I have to check. And instead it has an Ash of War that temporarily buffs it with Frozen Lightning, which is cool. But the problem with the Dragon Scale Blade is it's a katana. It doesn't... And its Ice Lightning Sword, Ash of War, is just a Lightning Blade. Or Lightning Strike, or whatever it's called, that buffs it with lightning. Lightning Slash, right. So you stand there and you just kind of smack them with your sword, but it has a bit of hyper armor, I think. Pretty sure. But it's very slow. And it doesn't have a very long range, because it's just like a straightforward vertical reaching attack. So you can maybe hit someone out of the air. That could be cool. But if they're doing a jump attacks have higher poise damage, so they'll probably hit you out of your hyper armor. Unless you maybe specifically build around that, I don't know. But it seems to just be a dexterity weapon. It does have lightning on it. I wish it was a little bit stronger. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It only inflicts frost while it's buffed. But it's pretty cool. Anyway, the Hand of Millennia. We all know the Hand of Millennia. It has 48 dexterity requirement, which means it is most certainly, no matter what you do, a dexterity weapon. And it has a very powerful Ash of War that has hyper armor, which is a lot stronger because of the buffs, and it can perform a 6-hit true combo and is particularly long as a weapon. Much so that it's comparable to the Nagakiba in length. It also has blood loss buildup. It also has bleed buildup. And because it hits 6 times with its true combo, it is really good with consecutive attack up, talismans, and effects. It hurts. Don't get hit by that. You can parry it. Kind of. It's difficult. But you can parry it. Twinblades. Twinblades, mainly scaled with dexterity, but sometimes with strength, quality. And they are medium weight, which means they weigh between like 6 and 8 units, maybe 10, I don't remember. They're mainly 6 and 8 units. They're best two-handed for the faster attacks. You can use them with dual wield, and you can try to do the jumping attack. It's not bad. It's actually really strong. But if you want to use the twin blade itself, it's better two-handed for its faster attacks. Because ideally you would use it with fast attacks with the low damage, or you would try to time it so that the slower second part hits and does higher damage. Because if you hit them with the first part, Twinblades didn't really get the benefit of the Poise changes. So people can actually armor, just walk through that first part. Which honestly, I would say that's okay. I would say that's okay, because it still does the status effect build up more often than not, and it's very, very fast. It's like dagger levels of speed, it's very fast. They even sped it up at one point, it's crazy. You're not reacting to that. You're rolling preemptively out of the way. It doesn't have a whole lot of range, which is what the thing is. But if you time it so that you get hit by... They hit the second attack, that one's going to break their poise. So they're often used dual-wielded. And they have, like, the straight sword running attack, the... something... I think it's Katana two-handed attack. Or power stance. Like, paired light attacks? Paired light attacks, that's... Anyway, the Godskin Peeler is probably the best one to use two-handed, other than the Gargoyle's Twinblade, because it has strength scaling. But the Godskin Peeler has a 4-hit running two-handed heavy attack, and similar fully charged heavy attacks. So this thing, its heavy attacks are just, they hit a whole lot. And it's a Twinblade. So like, you start hitting someone with that, suddenly you have really good consecutive attack up bonuses. And it gets to very high damage levels. And if you put a buff on that, you put any sort of buff on that, like, the most common thing to do is seppuku buff, and then, like, make it bleed and fuse and run at people with the heavy attack. It hits them 4 times, they bleed out, and they usually die. If it's, like, properly created. It's very crazy. Does a whole lot of damage. You want to watch out for that. Because even though the poise changes are not enough, it's still like 4 attacks, and the last one usually hits you. Excuse me. So, yeah, that's the Godskin Peeler. You could use it as like a dexterity weapon. Let's check its scaling real quick. The way that I use it is with lightning, for fun. On a dexterity build, because it's cool. So see, it's got a B in dexterity. And then there's the Gargoyle's Twinblade. And the Gargoyle's Twinblade has a B in strength. It's a strength weapon. But the problem is they're a bit shorter. They're a bit shorter. But the strength scaling, the two-handedness, the twin-blading, that makes them pretty good. The Eleonora's Pole Blade, however, scales with Arcane and has unique heavy attacks, which hit several times, and you've probably seen this a whole lot. I don't know why so many people are using this, but it's got a lot of armor on its Ash of War. And it hits several times, and then it backs away. It's very hard to punish, honestly. As you can see, it has higher dexterity scaling than Arcane scaling, much like the Rivers of Blood was. So you get your Arcane to 45, you get your Dexterity to whatever you want, and then you just sort of go nuts, and then that's... Let me get these numbers up just so we don't have to mess with them anymore. Because I'm just looking at the scaling now. I've already shown you how to level appropriately. Every 20 levels is good investment. Anyway, let's move on to axes. Axes are... not amazing, I would say, but they're mainly strength scaling. They're between light and medium weight. There's a couple of heavier ones, but generally it's like between 4 units or so. It's like 4 units to 6 to 8 units. They're best two-handed for the strength boost. They don't have a very good dual wield move set. They don't have a amazing one-handed moveset. You can use them one-handed, which is a cool thing. The cool thing about axes is that they have a good two-handed moveset. Straight swords don't have a good two-handed moveset for the most part. So they're sometimes used for their bonus effects from like the Highland axe or their Ashes of War, like the Stormhawk axe, and not so much their moveset. So notable ones are the Forked Hatchet, which has innate bleed and higher dexterity scaling but short range. So it has innate bleed, but it's very short You've seen the statue imps using it, and it has higher dexterity scaling. We can go look over it here. So if you, for some reason, decided, I don't want to use an axe, I want to use a katana, but I don't want to use a katana, I want to use an axe, then you would pick up the forked hatchet. It has dexterity scaling. It's essentially... yeah. You could just use a dagger and it'd probably do the same thing. The warped axe has a weird follow-up heavy attack, which is weird. It's also heavier than the other ones, which naturally means it's a bit stronger. Let's throw it on here real quick. It has a B in strength and nothing else. So you could use this with like fire, or you could use it with just strength. I would say just strength would be better because it's pretty good, but it's an axe, and axes aren't so great. It has a weird follow-up heavy attack. I'm just saying that because it's a thing. It's different. It's one of the... it might be the only weapon that has a unique follow-up heavy attack. Anyway, the Iron Cleaver is actually more of a hammer because of the way it swings, and has heavy attacks that run forward while charging. This makes it very popular to use in conjunction with Endure, because then people can't stop you from running at them. But if you actually know how it works, it either doesn't go very far, or it's forced to go a particularly far distance. Because once they start charging it, it's like they gotta keep doing that until it's done. So they can't go too far if they don't want to charge it. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. That's how other things worked in Dark Souls 3. But this is Elden Ring. Elden Ring's a little different. But either way, you can't stop the heavy attack once it's started. And you're probably going to fully charge it. So I don't know, you could get parried. You probably won't, but you could get parried. Other than that, you know, they could just run behind you. Actually, it has really good tracking. I think it has really good tracking. You gotta be careful with it. It also has really good strength scaling. You know, it's an axe. The Highland Axe boosts the damage of Roaring Ashes of War. This includes War Cry, Regal Roar, Barbaric Roar, whatever that other war, Braggart's Roar, Beast Roar, the Sword of Milos' Scream thing, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. There's a lot of roars, and it boosts those. So it increases the damage. It's nice to have. If you're running like a super heavy attack build using the Axe Talisman and the Braggart's Roar, and you're trying to get a super one-shot heavy attack. I think it was the Thorny Cracked tier, which boosts charge attacks. The Godfrey's icon doesn't work for this, but you can throw the Highland Axe in the offhand, maybe slap Golden Vow on it, and just go nuts, you know? Then there's the Sacrificial Axe, which restores FP on kills. Talked about this earlier. The cool thing about the Sacrificial Axe, though, is that you can actually infuse it, and it stacks with the Sword of Milos' effects. This is the first time we've had a weapon that does that. So you can have one of each in either hand, and get both of them restoring your FP. If you go off and hide somewhere, and, you know, you wanted FP back for some reason, instead of HP. But anyway, the Sacrificial Axe, you can infuse it. It's sort of heavy. It's not very long. The cool thing is just the fact that you can infuse it, which means you can put whatever Ash of War you want on it. The Rosus's Axe, or Rosus's Axe, I don't know, summons skeleton ghosts to attack with you with its Ash of War, which is actually really strong. Let me show you real quick. This is an intelligence including weapon. I believe because it's mostly an axe, it's more of a strength weapon. As you can see, it has a B in strength, which means it's mostly a strength weapon, but the fact is it includes intelligence. And the skeletons it summons, the thing is, you don't have hyper armor during this attack, but the skeletons will still spawn. So even if you're getting hit, the skeletons will be like, oh, I'm gonna jump you. The skeletons will jump your opponent. The skeletons will still show up and hit them. So it's actually pretty useful to trade with because of that, because then it holds them down for a moment, because the skeletons don't hit all at once. The skeletons hit one at a time very quickly. It's like 1, 2, 3, and then you can do another swing in between that. It doesn't infinite combo or anything like that. Like, you can't do it again immediately after. But the idea is you're hitting with all these other attacks. So it's actually pretty strong if you use it for that idea. Then there's the Ice Rind Hatchet, which has innate frost and higher dexterity scaling for some reason. I don't know why it has higher dexterity scaling, but actually does have more dexterity than anything else. It's got a B in dexterity and strength, but it doesn't have any magic damage, so it's mostly just a melee weapon that also inflicts frost, which means it's really good, and it got nerfed. Hoarfrost Stomp got nerfed. Not entirely only because of this weapon, but yes. This was a very powerful Ash of War. It got nerfed very quickly. It was destroying the game. Anyway, Ripple Blade has arcane scaling and can be buffed. So the Ripple Blade is an axe, wielded normally by the Aldonoric dudes. You can buff this thing, which is why I'm allowed to switch its Ash of War, but you can't change its Ash of War because you can't infuse it, but it has an S in Arcane. This thing is very powerful if you use it with Sleep Grease. If you buff it with Sleep using Sleep Grease, this thing's very powerful. So then there's the Stormhawk Axe, which buffs itself with lightning, while using its Ash of War to ignore everything with Hyper Armor, and deal massive damage because it all true combos. If you get hit by the Stormhawk Axe, which, by the way, the Stormhawk Axe is actually more of a quality weapon. It has strength and dexterity. It's a quality weapon. It is a true quality weapon. It has strength and dexterity, almost identical. This thing buffs itself with lightning. The lightning might scale a little bit stronger with dexterity, but I don't know that. The problem is the whole Ash of War true combos. So if you get hit by this, you're getting hit, I think, 6 times. 5 or 6 times. Maybe more. This thing does a lot of damage. You're going to die. Don't get hit by that. You're probably going to die. I mean, they still need to invest properly with it. It probably gets the bonus from consecutive attack stuff. It's very strong. It's very strong. Okay. Greataxes. Greataxes scale mainly with strength. I don't know why I put mainly and not majorly. I guess we'll find out. Heavy weight means that they have 10 or higher weight for the most part, as they usually do. Their best... Oh yeah, I remember. They're not mainly with strength. Hammers are mainly with strength. Anyway, best use two-handed for the strength boost and hyper armor boost. I don't know about the hyper armor boost. They're great axes. They're still fine one-handed. At least I think they are. Weapons with nothing really to distinguish them from similar types. So, Greataxes actually have similar movesets to Greatswords in this game, which is really weird. I would say it's the only difference is the fact that their second swing, even one-handed, is still a vertical slice. Like, they're very vertical, straightforward weapons until you use their heavy attacks. And even then, like, they're just not very good. Greataxes are just not very good, man. They got the Crescent Moon Axe and Axe of Godric with sweeping heavy attacks, which makes them more appealing purely because, you know, they have something that's not a vertical slice. Rusted Anchor inflicts Pierce, which is thrust damage, which is ideal for counter hits and can get a whole lot of kills very easily. Just from doing the jump attack counter hit, stacking all that damage boost. The Butchering Knife has higher dexterity scaling, and a chopping two-handed heavy attack even while jumping. And I'm pretty sure it also has the effect to restore your health as it hits things, but I might be wrong about that. It's just the butchering knife has always had that effect, so it would be weird if it didn't have that now. Look at the rusted anchor real quick. I think this thing has pretty high dexterity scaling. No, this is a strength weapon. Rusted anchor is a strength weapon. But the Crescent Moon Axe and Axe of Godric are actually closer to quality weapons. I know that the Axe of Godric is, because you can't infuse it. Crescent Moon Axe is a little more of a dexterity weapon, actually, it seems. And let's check the Axe of Godric just because. Axe of Godric is definitely more fun. Yeah, this is definitely the quality weapon. It's got a CC scaling, as you can see. Then the Butchering Knife is more of a dexterity weapon. And then the Winged Greathorn causes a defense debuff to enemies that pass through the AoE Ash of War. So the Winged Greathorn is a weird weapon. It has Soul Stifler as its Ash of War. It debuffs enemies who pass into it while it's active. It like lingers around for a little bit. It has a very interesting effect as well, where like souls are floating around people. It's cool. And you like blow into it because it's, you know, it's a horn. It's cool. It's not a very good weapon. It's just the Ash of War debuffs enemies. It's cool. But it, because of that, has some pretty high requirements, 30-20. Anyway, Greataxes don't have anything particularly mentionable, in my opinion. They just... these ones. You want to use the Rusted Anchor or the Butchering Knife. Maybe one of these for fun, or the Winged Greathorn for the debuff. That's really it. Now we move on to hammers. Hammers are mainly strength scaling. We're not in the majorly strength scaling yet. They are light to medium weight. This means they have between like 2 and 8 weight. They're very all over the place. And as you know, heavier ones are usually the stronger ones. They're best two-handed for the hyper armor that they get. Axes don't get hyper armor. And the strength boost. They're uncommon, sometimes used for their relative speed, such as with the stone... I think it's just the stone club. And they still include hyper armor. Like, with the hyper armor changes, these have become a real menace. These are actually very strong. And the Morning Star and Scepter of the All-Knowing have crouching pokes and running heavy pokes. This is actually really interesting, because it essentially turns them into... you know, miniature halberds or like armored katanas. And the Morning Star actually has bleed build up to it. I think it's still like more strength than dexterity. I might be wrong though. Yeah, it's a little bit more strength, but because it's like bleed, they lowered it a little bit. They're like, it's got bleed on it. It's not the mace. And the Scepter of the All-Knowing actually has the same stats. Like, if you can use Moonveil, you can use the Scepter of the All-Knowing. The difference is 2 points in intelligence. Moonveil actually requires 2 more intelligence. And what this does is it actually debuffs everyone in a wide area using its Ash of War. And it lowers your defenses as well. You using it will lower your own defenses as well, but it lowers their magic and their holy defenses. It's not a whole lot, but the fact is, it's there. It's an option. Your Moonveil will do more damage. So, that's notable. And then there's Varay's Bouquet, which scales with Arcane, and it can be buffed, but it has low range. It actually becomes very strong because you can buff it. You can slap on some more blood, or you can slap on the soporific grease, so you can also have sleep. And it's actually decently powerful because it's a hammer, which means it has hyper armor, but it doesn't have a whole lot of range. And it has a really high arcane requirement. So it's hard to do. Then there's the Nox Flowing Hammer. which has a long-reaching horizontal Ash of War. What that means, it sweeps like a wide area. I think it even hits behind you, and it has some pretty high strength scaling. Yes, and ow, and it's Ash of War true combos off the first part into the second part, and it causes knockdown. And the cool thing is, because it causes knockdown, you can do a wake-up setup, like I was talking about earlier, where you throw like a aromatic perfume, a spark aromatic, or a gravity stone fan, or whatever else you might have cooking. And then there's the ringed finger, which again is going to be a strength weapon. A lot of hammers are. The ringed finger in particular is a bit larger of a hammer, which is pretty cool. Yep, it's a strength weapon. The ringed finger can send people flying with its Ash of War. It's actually really good at pushing people off of cliffs and stuff, if they are close to you, right? Because when it's first activated, when it expands and prepares to flick, it actually causes a hit stun. It doesn't do damage, it hit stuns, which true combos into the flick. It's really good at it, but that's all it does. That's all it does. It's pretty much just a hammer other than that. And as I said earlier, the Scepter of the All-Knowing has similar requirements to Moonveil, and it debuffs everyone's holy and magic defense with its Ash of War, including your own. The Marika's Hammer causes the large explosion on the ground with its Ash of War. Other than that, it's actually a pretty big hammer. So if you wanted to use it as a hammer itself, it's still pretty good. It's mostly used for the Ash of War. It has some pretty good faith scaling, but it's definitely more of a strength weapon. It's definitely more of a strength weapon. But you can get some pretty big, like, grand slams off of the really high areas using its Ash of War, because it doesn't stop for a long time once you fall off a ledge. It's very cool. Like, you just float up, and then you just fall down, and once you land, it causes a massive explosion. So it's really cool for that. Moving on to Flails. Flails are essentially identical to hammers, but they have dexterity scaling instead. They're between light and medium weight, which means they're like 6 units, maybe 4 units. They're best two-handed for the hyper armor, much like hammers. They get the hyper armor bonus. They're long sought-after weapons that aren't amazing, but also can't be parried and can still perform critical attacks, unlike whips. Whips cannot perform critical attacks, so if you break someone's guard, you can still get the riposte with a flail. Some notable weapons would be the Knight Rider Flail, which has even more dexterity scaling. Let's go and look at that. So even more dexterity scaling. It has a B in dexterity. We just look at the basic flail real quick. Basic flail actually has C in dexterity. So yes, the Knight Rider Flail has more. It's also heavier, of course, which means it's just naturally stronger. The stats we have up here are inconclusive, just so we can see these numbers. The attack rating is not going to be exactly how it is anymore. Then, of course, there's the Defiant Chain Link Flail, which is honestly probably the best one for reasons of two-handing, as it gets higher strength scaling than the other ones. And then we have this one over here, which you get from, what is it called? The Remembrance of Astel, which is a flail which scales with intelligence. I don't want to say the name, but it has dexterity scaling, but it has way higher intelligence scaling than most weapons that usually scale with intelligence. And it has the Nebula Ash of War, but it has a little bit of a twist of it, where it actually hits you with the weapon itself during the Ash of War, unlike the Wing of Astel, which just throws the Nebula forward and doesn't really have a hitbox to that. So this thing, you can also hit them with the weapon. So it's actually a really strong, like, unparryable flail that scales with intelligence. And probably is the most interesting one, but I wouldn't say it's the best one. I would say the best one is the Chain Link Flail, because it scales with strength, and you can put whatever Ash of War you want on it. After that, we have hammers. Great hammers, in fact. which are majorly strength scaling. They are heavyweight. They get up to 20-something in their units. 10 to 20-something. Great hammers are typically the heaviest. We're not at the heavies yet. Somewhat more effective one-handed due to wider swings, but best to utilize the whole moveset. Again, great hammers, much like Greataxes, have similar movesets to Greatswords for some reason. And they're surprisingly more effective and diverse moveset than similar weapons. For some reason, I didn't want to specifically name things, but Greataxes with strike damage, which goes through armor defenses easier yet. So, Greataxes, normally they use slash damage or standard damage. Great hammers use strike damage. Most armor doesn't give strike damage as much as slash damage. So great hammers are able to do more damage just because of that. But then there's the pickaxe, which has pierce, which is thrust damage, which is good for counter hits, as usual. But the thing is, the pickaxe, it also has these interesting R2s, which, now that I think about it, they look a lot like the, I think it's the Great Club. The Great Hammer that has, Holy now, that you can buff. I don't know why it's not on here. I think I forgot to put that on here. Anyway, there's a Great Hammer that has Holy innate to it. There's Great Stars, which restores your health slightly with each hit, and it also has innate bleed. So something people do a lot is they put this one Ash of War on there. The Prelate's Charge. And just as they move forward with the fire, and it leaves fire behind, they'll make it like heavy infused, and then they'll put Blood Flame Blade on it. As you can see, it has a bit higher strength scaling, much like the Morning Star, which also has bleed. You just slap Prelate's Charge, Blood Flame, buff it with Blood Flame Blade, and then you're good to go. That's how I defeated Millennia at level 20. I could probably defeat her the normal way now. It's just it takes so long just to do that at all that I kind of just whatever. I'm just gonna try my best to win right now. It's already been all day. Anyway, the Great Horn Hammer restores health slightly with each kill. So this is a probably not so well known weapon. I would say that a lot of these might fit that description, but this one specifically is a bit more strength scaling. Can be seen. A lot of these ones that I've picked don't have tremendous strength scaling. But the Great Horn Hammer specifically has the ability to restore a little bit of your health as things die, so you can use it in conjunction with the Serpent God Curved Sword, which also does that. And then you would get more health back, because normally they don't stack with copies of themselves, so you just use one of each, and then you get more health back. Then there's the Cranial Vessel Candlestand, which has an Ash of War that can be used until you're out of stamina. And what it does is it just blasts fire everywhere. And I think it has faith scaling. As it says, it's the Surge of Faith. So, yes, this has faith scaling. And it's not a very popular weapon for some reason. It's actually pretty strong. You might have to farm for it, I'm not sure. Or find it somewhere. But the explosion that it causes and the fire that it sprays everywhere, it can be fun. I would say it's just fun. Other than that, it's not like an amazing weapon, but like you're beating people with a candlestick, a giant candlestick, that's gotta be cool. You know, it holds the same sentimentality or the novelty as using the Gargoyle Flame Hammer in Dark Souls 3, or fighting someone with a torch. But then you just fight someone with a torch. Then there's the Beast Claw Great Hammer, which has a true combo with one-handed heavy into one-handed light attack. I believe this is because of how light it is, but it's not the lightest. I don't remember which one was the lightest. But the Beast Claw Great Hammer is a very strong faith weapon that you get from doing Gerank's questline. As you can see, it has... Actually, it's a strong quality weapon, apparently, with some faith scaling in addition to that, but because of its higher strength requirement and faith requirement, I would say it's mostly a strength faith weapon, but even still it has high dexterity, as you can see. And its Ash of War is actually pretty good. It would be a stronger version of the Bestial Incantation, which is very similar. I think it's just Beast Claw. I don't remember what it's called. It hits really hard. The true combo is very strong. Doesn't have hyper armor, I don't think, but I don't remember. Devourer's Scepter Ash of War restores health when it hits enemies, which is why when you summon what's his name? Bernal. When you summon Bernal, he's actually really hard to kill because he keeps restoring health with that Ash of War. But other than that, it has a little bit of fire damage, I believe. And it has like a sort of chunkier, sort of lava-looking fire effect when it hits stuff. And yeah, it does have innate fire damage. It appears to be mostly a quality weapon. It's a really weird weapon, too. But the fact is, it'll restore your health when it does damage to stuff. That's pretty cool. Works a lot like the Blasphemous Blade. And it does it in a massive AoE. It's really slow and obvious. I think up next are Colossal Weapons. So these are majorly strength scaling. They have tremendous weight, which is to say they're at like 26 units most of the time. They're best used two-handed for their wider swings, because otherwise they just do like vertical attacks. And they get strength boost, they get more hyper armor, comparable to Colossal Swords, most likely. Sometimes used for their high attack ratings, with a few useful for their Ashes of War. They got the Golem's Halberd, which has the Charge Forth Ash of War, which cannot normally be placed on Colossal weapons, but you can actually still infuse it and change its Ash of War, I believe. But the problem is, if you do that, then you can't use Charge Forth, because you can't put it on Colossal weapons. But that's the idea, is the Golem's Halberd has something really interesting. That's why it's on here, is because it has that thing that it shouldn't be have. Which is cool. And I believe it's got a bit more strength scaling, yeah. And then there's Giant Crusher, which is the heaviest weapon in the entire game, with the highest strength requirement in the entire game, and it has the damage to back it up. It also has these interesting, like, flipping heavy attacks, which involve you using the weight of the hammer to lift yourself into the air, and then lift the entire hammer for a, like, lion's claw sort of attack. It's very slow, but it's cool. People used to use them with Royal Knight's Resolve and a whole bunch of jumping attack stuff. But then that got replaced by the what is it called? The other hammer, the Rusted Anchor. Then there's the Prelate's Inferno Crozier, which has unique heavy attacks reminiscent of the Smo's hammer. Very reminiscent of it, but all flamey. It doesn't have innate fire damage, despite calling itself an Inferno Crozier. It does not have innate fire damage. It does innately have Prelate's Charge, though, which has fire damage, but it's definitely more of a strength weapon than anything. And then we have the Falling Star Beast Jaw, which is commonly used for its Ash of War, which works a lot like Thunderbolt or Lightning Strike. I don't remember what it was called. Thunderbolt is the Ash of War variant of a Lightning Strike, but Lightning Strike is the Faith version with lightning damage. Thunderbolt is the Dexterity version. This one is essentially the Strength version. And the weapon itself does Pierce, which is thrust damage, making it ideal for counter hits. And it has an Ash of War that hits immediately, which is to say, it spawns where the person is standing, depending on who you're locked on to. And it's actually very hard to do anything about. I believe it has hyper armor, but I might be wrong about that. The weapon itself had hyper armor, so I'm not sure. But the Falling Star Beastjaw, apparently it's more of a quality weapon. It also has intelligence scaling, but it's a gravity weapon, so it's definitely more of a physical sort of idea. Then we have the Great Club. Okay, so I didn't know the Great Club was a colossal weapon. It has innate holy damage, and it can be buffed. It has a interesting heavy attack, which is sort of a delayed slam vertical attack. It's just because it's so sudden, you might be able to hit people with it pretty easily. But it also cannot be infused, and it can be buffed. You can't infuse it, and it has... They added the faith scaling. It didn't always have faith scaling. It doesn't have a faith requirement. Because Golden Land is its Ash of War, and it's stuck that way because you can't infuse it. But you can buff it, so it's recommended to buff it with Holy. Like Holy Grease. So yeah. Or maybe like Order's Blade. Whatever you want. Then the Axe of Godfrey has the Ash of War, which cannot be blocked, the Regal Roar, and it modifies its heavy attacks. And its heavy attacks, I don't remember if they can be blocked, but they probably can, I'm not sure. But the Axe of Godfrey is primarily, I believe, a strength weapon. Yes, but it has some pretty good dexterity skill. It still has some dexterity scaling, but it's mostly a strength weapon. It has those cool heavy attacks that cause large shockwaves when it's buffed with Regal Roar. With Regal Roar itself being an unblockable attack. And because it's a roar, it gets the buffs from roar effects. And then there's Dragon Greatclaw, which is only on here because it causes red lightning effects when enemies are hit by it. I believe the other such dragon weapons do it as well. However, the Great Shield, the Dragon Claw Great Shield, does not do it. I tested it. I was sad to see it does not cause the lightning effect. But this does, and that's the only reason why it's on here. It doesn't do anything else special. I don't even think it has dexterity scaling to a significant amount, despite being a lightning weapon. No, it's a quality weapon. Okay. It's a quality weapon, but it definitely prefers strength. So yeah. Then there's the Watchdog's Staff, which has an Ash of War that fires homing magic projectiles that cannot be parried. You can tell I'm getting tired. The Watchdog's Staff, it has no magic stuff about it except for its Ash of War. As you can see, it's mostly a strength weapon that fires the homing magic projectiles. And you can't parry them. You can't deflect them using Carrion Retaliation or Golden Retaliation. So they're actually very difficult to deal with because it fires like 8 of them at once, and they kind of go a decent distance. So it's a pretty cool option as a strength weapon, but as a strength weapon itself, it is primarily used for the Ash of War, much like all the other ones on here. And then there's Giza's Wheel, which has a multi-hitting one-handed heavy attack, and its Ash of War also does a similar thing. Much like the weapon from Bloodborne, and it causes blood buildup the entire time, but it's a very basic weapon which doesn't really do all that much, other than, you know, the multi-hitting heavy attack, which, if you have hyper armor and then just go nuts with it, using consecutive attack stuff, it causes bleed, it does some pretty heavy damage. You can force it to work, is what I'm saying, but it's still not amazing. I don't think it even has arcane scaling. We need to check. Yeah, it doesn't have arcane scaling. Okay. So next up are spears. So spears are typically quality weapons that lean harder into dexterity. I didn't put that, but it does usually work that way. They are light to medium, which is to say there are ones that weigh 4 units and there are some that weigh 10 units or 8 units. They're best dual-wielded, but they're effective in general just because of how spears work. They are very long. They do thrusting attacks. When they're dual-wielded, you now have 2 of them. That's just a good idea. Normally they're used for their long reach and their pierce, which is thrust counter hits. The short spear and the clean rot spear have heavy attacks that hit multiple times. The short spear being the most basic one. The clean rot spear has faith requirement and an interesting Ash of War, which causes a short, like, holy spear spike reminiscent of the spears of the church, which could be cool. The pike is particularly long and has unique heavy attacks. It also has, I believe, higher strength scaling. It also has, I'm pretty sure, higher scaling. Yes, a little bit more. So it's actually really useful on a strength build, but because of how long it is, people use it dual-wielded, and because of that, it's very, 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 very strong. These things are dangerous. Watch out for them. Then there's the Cross Naginata, which is similar. It has unique light attacks. If you were using it one-handed, or if you're using it two-handed, if you're using it by itself, instead of for the dual-wielded stance, it would be really cool, but however, it's not very good with its own attacks. They just look cool. I believe something I did at one point was like the running attack into the light attack. I did something which avoided its first like overhead swing, and it was pretty effective because of that. But the Cross Naginata is a pretty cool weapon, but it's also very powerful because it has innate bleed. Then there's the Clayman's Harpoon, which is probably one of the best options for magic damage that can be infused. Because I'm pretty sure it's the only one. It's the only weapon that has innate magic damage, and it can be infused or buffed. I should have put that, and or buffed. You can technically infuse it with like heavy, or sharp, or keen, or refined. I think it's called quality in this one. Yeah, so you can buff it. But buffing it, I don't know, buffs are temporary and I prefer like constant damage, so like infusing it with cold and it already has innate magic, it's really strong. They're really good. Then there's the Death Ritual Spear, which is also a magic weapon, but it covers an area in explosive projectiles with its Ash of War. And I would say because you can't infuse it or buff it, that it is mostly a dexterity weapon. Yeah, it's mostly gonna be like, it's not amazing for what it's trying to do. It's a dexterity weapon that also does magic damage. You're primarily going to use it for the Ash of War, because the Ash of War, for some reason, got buffed, and now it's faster. Then there's the Bolt of Grand Sax, which actually has a bit of hyper armor to it when it's using its Ash of War, which throws a powerful lightning spear over a long distance, much like Frenzied Bolt or the Loretta's Greatbow spells. The Bolt of Grand Sax is a dexterity weapon, primarily, which has a somewhat high requirement of things, and it's very strong, because you can actually use Carrion Retaliation and Golden Retaliation on this projectile, but it's just so fast, it's most likely going to hit you anyway, and you'll get a partial parry and still take damage from it. It's just, it travels so far, it does so much, it's just very strong. Because the thing is, you can also charge it, so it also gets, you know, the Godfrey's Talisman bonus. So moving on are the Great Spears, which are also the bane of existence when power stance, when dual-wielded. But recently, with the hyper armor changes, their hyper armor becomes more of a problem, especially when in the offhand, apparently they still get their hyper armor, but not in the main hand. So if you're two-handing it, you can still get the hyper armor, but if you put it in your offhand, it's got the hyper armor. But the thing is, you don't have the running attack, so it's like, why would you do that? Well, you could maybe pair it with a halberd. I don't know. But halberds already get their hyper armor when they're... I'm not sure. I'm not sure why you would do that. You should figure that out. Somewhat higher strength scaling, for the most part. They are high, medium weight, which is to say they're like 8, 10, maybe 12 units. They're best two-handed for the hyper armor and strength boost. They're particularly long weapons that have simple but effective movesets, which is to say you shouldn't really do the heavy running attack, but You can, and like their heavy attacks are generally not amazing, but if you do it after a roll, you can do it like to confuse the timing because people were expecting the roll. And so the lance is the only one that can be infused, so you're going to be using that more often than the others, I would think, because there's, you know, a pretty wide variety. We're actually covering all of them here because they all have their uses. But the lance is kind of the shortest one. It has like the stabbing heavy attacks, which make them more useful. You can do a pretty strong like Warcry build with lance. Get some pretty big counter hit damage off of it, as it also does pierce. And then there's the Tree Spear, which has multi-hitting heavy attacks when fully charged, and it can be buffed with other sources than its Ash of War. It also has a bit higher dexterity scaling. Than the other Great Spears, and it has innate holy. Its weapon art can buff itself, but the thing is, if you use an Ash of War or a incantation instead to buff it, that it gives it a higher buff. And then the Serpent Hunter has no requirements. It has Colossal Sword rolling attacks, which cannot be parried two-handed. Its Ash of War also does a ton of damage if you can land it, which is interesting to think. And it's just a very powerful strength scaling weapon. It's very strong. It's crazy. It's because it has like hyper armor on stuff. It can't be parried when you do its rolling or crouched attack, and it wasn't nerfed alongside the Colossal Swords because it's not a Colossal Sword. It's just very strong. Soluria's Tree has a chargeable Ash of War that fires a projectile on full charge, which is my favorite weapon, just because of what it looks like and what it does, and what it is. And it's like the Tree Spear, it has innate holy damage, but it has innate holy damage, but it has higher strength scaling, and you can't buff it, and it's a somber upgrading weapon instead of a normal upgrading weapon like the Tree Spear was. And it's very basic, and it's hard to do anything with, but it's one of the longer Great Spears, and it's just very fun to use. That's why I like it. The projectile is easy to miss, but if you just kind of go for it, then it does a ton of damage if you actually land it. Moving on, there's the Vike's War Spear, which is the only main weapon that inflicts madness. There's only two other weapons that inflict madness, which are the Fingerprint Great Shield and the Frenzied Flame Seal, which I would not use the Frenzied Flame Seal to inflict madness because the Dragon Communion Seal is technically better at casting Frenzied Flame incantations because it increases the build-up of the Frenzy. Anyway, the Vike's War Spear, which I've gotten ready over here, has innate flame. It scales better with dexterity. Also, it scales with faith. The faith only raises its fire damage, but that doesn't really matter. You're mostly going to be using this for its frenzy build-up, its madness build-up. And the frenzy flame thrust, I would say, is not very good. If you can hit someone directly with it after like hitting them a couple times with the normal attacks, then they're going to eat that because they're going to get stuck in the explosion, and then they're going to be getting hit by all the tick from the fire on the ground. And you can, if you're good and you're ready for the madness proc, you can get a fully charged heavy attack off of that, which is crazy. It's going to do some pretty good damage, but Vike's War Spears are kind of short. They're not very slow, they're just short. But they're still definitely an issue. You should try to carry Madness Boluses specifically to try to counter this if you can. And then there's Mogwin's Sacred Spear, which has an Ash of War, which causes an AoE, which they nerfed, it's a little bit smaller now, that inflicts a massive Blood Flame bleed buildup and buffs the weapon itself with Blood Flame. Mogwyn's Sacred Spear, I would say, is probably a strength weapon, contrasting these dexterity ones we've had recently, which also scales really well with Arcane. Yep. And because of that, you would put 45 Arcane, so you get the most out of your bleed buildup, and then you'd go into higher strength, and then that will just be super strong. It's very good. It's also very long. Then up next we have Halberds. Halberds are somewhat higher strength scaling with dexterity scaling included, so they're quality weapons to an extent. They are medium and heavyweight, which is to say some of them have a unit of 6 or 8, and some of them have a unit of 10 to 12. They're stronger two-handed for the hyper armor, because with the recent hyper armor change, hyper armor is a lot stronger, and you can actually tell that Halberds have it on their running attacks now. And they have the strength boost from two-handing, but they're powerful when paired with other wide-swinging weapons, which is to say like a katana or something in the offhand. Like a Shamshir. I think Shamshir is the common one. They're often used for their running light attacks, which are hard to react to, and now have a useful amount of hyper armor. As I was saying. Their running attacks, when one-handed, the running attack is actually like 1 frame faster, which is crazy. It's not a whole lot, but it's 13 frames compared to 14 frames. More is more. A Guardian's Sword Spear and Loretta's War Sickle have alternate light attacks. Now, there's 3 different movesets to Halberds. One is the overhead chop, one of them is the thrust, the forward thrust. These ones do like this diagonal slice, starting from the ground. The problem is they start from the ground, so because of that they could deflect off of rocks and stuff if you're not careful. But a cool thing is, if you do a jumping one-handed heavy attack with these, it true combos into a follow-up light attack when you land. That's pretty cool, it's very consistent. Loretta's War Sickle, however, it's longer, but it can't be infused or anything, so... It also has much higher dexterity requirements, and I would say it's more of a dexterity weapon than a magic weapon. And the Guardian Sword Spear, if you infused it with magic, it would just simply be stronger than Loretta's War Sickle. The good thing is Loretta's War Sickle is longer. So if you thought it looked cool and you wanted a longer weapon, Loretta's War Sickle is that. Then there's the Knight Rider Glaive, which has higher strength scaling, particularly high strength scaling, in fact. It's probably the best choice if you're going to be two-handing it, which you probably are. If you want to put fire on it, that's also a good choice. The Knight Rider's Glaive, it does the strength, it does the overhead chop swings, and because of that, it also has a little bit of shield piercing, because they kind of messed up when they added in shield piercing to some weapons, and so... it gets shield piercing along with all the other overhead chopping attacks, I think. Overhead chopping halberds, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, the Pest's Glaive is more of like the lightest, I think, halberd. At 7 units, I'm pretty sure. And this thing increases your elemental defenses a little bit. And it has, I believe, some pretty low requirements at 1313, but the thing is, it's a little bit higher dexterity scaling, but it's just... it's really useful. It's really nice to have. It raises your defenses, it's just nice. It does the overhead chop swings, so you might want to use the Banished Knight Halberd instead, or the basic Halberd instead, but it raises your defenses. It's cool. Then there's the Ripple Crescent Halberd, which scales with Arcane, and it can be buffed. This thing is a menace because, unlike the Ripple Axe, the Ripple Blade, it has the Spinning Slash Ash of War, and it has a lot of hyper armor. Although the Ripple Blades, Wild Strikes also has hyper armor. This scales entirely with Arcane, much like the Ripple Blade, which means you can put Soporific Grease on it, and it will do a whole lot of sleep buildup, and it's just very strong and annoying to deal with. Especially because Spinning Slash is a true combo now into the entire thing, and it has a significant amount of hyper armor. Then there's the Dragon Halberd, which does a similar idea, but it also has the thrusting halberd attacks, which are very nice for counter hits. Buffs itself with Frozen Lightning, and it attacks at the same time with its Ash of War. So much like the Dragon's Scale Blade, Dragon Halberd buffs itself with Frozen Lightning, which allows it to inflict Frost buildup. And apparently it has higher strength scaling, which is also a problem. You can get this very early on, it's very strong, it's got low requirements, and it has high strength scaling, and it deals Frozen Lightning with a 3-hit armored attack on an already armored weapon, which does... It's very strong. It's very strong. It buffs itself with Frost and Lightning, and it scales with strength. It's crazy. The Commander's standard Ash of War also has the Thrusting Halberd attack. It buffs the attack and defense of yourself and nearby allies for a short time. So you can put this like in your offhand, I guess, and you can buff everybody, or you can just use it as the main weapon. It's a halberd. And it increases every damage that you have, and then you could also use it with like magic, and that would be really cool. I tested this, it doesn't just increase physical damage, very strong. Then we have Reapers, which finally have their own critical moveset, which is very cool. Honestly, I started using Reapers so much when Elden Ring first came out, just because, you know, they get their own scythe critical animation. It looks awesome. So they're mainly dexterity scaling. There's the one that has higher strength scaling, as there usually is. They're medium weight, which is to say they are 6 to 8 units. They're best two-handed for their hyper armor attacks, which is much more noticeable during the recent patch with the changes to hyper armor, and they are somewhat difficult to use weapons that have high shield piercing on all attacks, but there's surprisingly few choices. There's never very many scythes to choose from. There's just 4 in this game. I'm hoping they add in another one. There's always just like maybe 2 to 4 of them. And like they finally added in their own critical animations. Like you'd think they'd try to use these more, but I guess that is why there's the Crucible Knights using scythes and the skeletal enemies using scythes, because they weren't normally enemies just randomly walking around with scythes. Anyway, the Scythe has unique heavy attacks, which can hit twice when fully charged, which I forgot to put. It's the staple main dexterity scaling scythe. It's very nice. I prefer the Grave Scythe because it has higher strength scaling, but it definitely has the better heavy attacks, I would say. Especially since you can true combo a full charge heavy attack into Loretta's Slash, I think it's called, which is the giant blue like slash attack. If the Winged Scythe had this heavy attack, it would be very, very powerful, is what I'm saying. But anyway, the Grave Scythe has higher strength scaling. It doesn't have the unique heavy attacks, but I think it also increases your Deathblight resistance a little bit, which is interesting, but the best part is that it has higher strength scaling, which means you can use it with Flaming Strike, or... Personally, I just slap Blood Flame Blade on it and use it with heavy, and it's easier to use at lower levels, because it's a heavy weapon. Then there's the Halo Scythe, which has Faith scaling. I believe it also has Dexterity scaling. It is locked into using Miquella's Ring of Light. It has Holy damage. Yes, it is a Dexterity Faith weapon, mostly Dexterity. The projectiles it fires have incredible tracking, and I call them donuts. They're very delicious. It's very fun to reflect them back at people, especially when they're just spamming it, but when they're just spamming it, there isn't a whole lot you can do about it other than reflecting them at them anyway, so be careful about that. The Winged Scythe Ash of War, this thing is very similar to the Halo Scythe in that they both do holy damage, and they have faith scaling. I don't know why there's 2 holy scythes. Don't worry about it. This one prevents you from using Crimson and Cerulean Flasks for a time. And it has a whole lot of hyper armor once you get off the ground. Much like Loretta's Slash, it copies the exact animation. It does a lot of damage, it's very strong. I wouldn't say it's amazing. It's very strong. the split damage makes it a little not so great. It has higher faith scaling than the Halo Scythe, so that's something. But the best part is definitely the part where it stops you from using your flasks for a while. Then there are whips. Whips are weapons that have been in since Dark Souls 1. I'm pretty sure there are no whips in Demon Souls, but I don't remember. But since Dark Souls 1, whips have become staple weapon. They are majorly dexterity scaling. Normally they're joke weapons, but in this one they actually have like their whole moveset. They're like lightweight weapons, which means they have 4 or so weight to them. They're best dual-wielded, which means using 2 of them, but technically the Urumi has charged heavy attacks that hit twice, and you can do some true combos with it two-handed, and the Giant's Red Braid has higher strength scaling, so two-handing those might be better. Sometimes they're used for their long reach and wide attacks that are unparryable, but also somewhat difficult to use effectively. The Urumi has particularly high dexterity scaling, and it has heavy attacks that hit twice when fully charged. It's very difficult to avoid the entire thing, but it's also somewhat difficult to actually charge the heavy attack, but that is a problem for them. Whips also, it's difficult to find like an Ash of War that works with them because they are restricted from a lot of them. I would recommend probably Endure, maybe Thunderbolt, or Storm Stomp, maybe Bloodhound Step, just because. Anyway, Hoslo's Pedal Whip has higher base damage due to being the heaviest, and also has innate bleed buildup, much like the Thorn Whip. The Thorn Whip? I think it might be called the Bloodied Whip in this one, Bloody Thorn Whip. It's whatever one the Fire Prelates are wielding. It's also a pretty good weapon, but this one is heavier, which means it's stronger. And it's a very good candidate for occult infusions. That's pretty much it, though. It makes... it says it's made out of metal? I don't know. The Magma Whip Candlestick also spreads lava around during its Ash of War, and I believe it has faith scaling. Unlike the... much like the Giant's Red Braid, this has, faith scaling, and it's a dexterity weapon. You get it as a reward from, I believe, doing Patches' part of the Volcano Manor questline. You have to kill Tragoth, which could be detrimental for you. I don't know. Personally, getting his armor is probably a good idea. And the Magma Whip Candlestick also spreads lava around, which is cool. But the Giant's Red Braid has higher strength scaling, and I believe, yes, faith scaling. And its Ash of War hits multiple times, covering a wide area, and it's a true combo if you get hit by any part of it. Like, you're stuck in it, and then it knocks you down with the final hit. I'm surprised we don't see more of it. I've seen it a couple of times, but like that requires you to defeat the fire giant, I guess. So it's pretty good, especially because you can use it two-handed. Not a lot of people use it. Then there's fists. Fists are, of course, particularly powerful. Mainly strength scaling, but also dexterity scaling, especially the Cestus. They're quality weapons. Surprisingly lightweight and not nearly weightless, which is to say they weigh like 2 units, and I thought they would weigh 0.5. But the best dual-wielded, they are best dual-wielded, which is also two-handed because most are paired weapons, which one exception of the Grafted Dragon. They're very oppressive at close range with their running attacks, as they're able to rush down with their running attacks. The Qatar have higher dexterity scaling, and they have 2 attacks that are like, they have a couple of attacks that do thrusting damage. And let's just say they're very powerful counter-hit weapons. With the basic fist moveset, but they actually have a sort of Cypher Patah moveset where you sort of swing both of them at the same time when you're doing your running attack instead of alternating, which is what makes the fists so strong. And then the Clinging Bone has arcane scaling and higher dexterity scaling than other fist weapons. So the interesting thing about the Clinging Bone is just that it has arcane scaling, much like the Marius weapons of the Marius Executioner Sword and the Regalia of Yokaid. But they do, they have innate magic damage. And the Clinging Bone has the Lifesteal Fist, which can actually do a tremendous amount of damage when you have higher magic damage on it for some reason. If you can land it, of course. But it also heals you, so that's cool. But you have to land it. So then there's the Veteran's Prosthesis, which has a unique Ash of War. It also has a lightning follow-up attack that I never really knew about until I started messing with it. It's actually pretty strong because it works a lot like the Qatar and the Cypher Ptah, where it has sort of thrusting attacks. And as you can see, I didn't really mention the normal fist weapons because they're all just really strong on their own. The Veteran's Prosthesis stands out because, you know, you have a second foot from somewhere, and you get it from Commander Niall in Castle Sol, and it has some innate lightning damage, which is cool. And then there's the Cypher Ptah, which are pure holy damage, much like the Coated Sword. And they have high faith scaling and an unblockable Ash of War, much like the Coated Sword. I like to use them on my Pure Faith build because, you know, it's pure holy damage with pure faith. It's very nice to have when people are being annoying. Or people are not getting hit by stuff and dying. Anyway. The Grafted Dragon is not a paired weapon, and its Ash of War can be used while in the offhand. It's not very good, and I think it is a quality weapon. Much like the Axe of Godric. Oh, apparently it has a bit of faith scaling. It's actually more of a strength weapon. Using two of them is silly, by the way. You put one in each hand, and then you get the paired fist weapon moveset. It's funny. But it's just not very good, unless you can directly hit someone with Bear Witness. Which someone actually did do to me once. It was pretty cool. They hit me out of the air when I was using Scarlet Aeonia. It's cool. But it's still not very strong. It does leave some lingering splashes, and I would just use it for fun, you know? It's cool. Next up we have Claws. Claws actually have their own, like, weapon list, because there's actually a decent number of them. I think there's like 4. Anyway, they scale more with dexterity, majorly with dexterity. They're lightweight, which means they're like 2 units or so. Best dual-wielded, which is also two-handed because they're all paired weapons. They're strong close-range weapons used for running heavier combos with high bleed buildup. The Bloodhound Claws have higher strength scaling, and they have the Bloodhound Step Ash of War naturally. Then the Venomous Fang inflicts stronger poison than other sources, much like the Serpent Bone Blade, and the duration can be increased by infusing it with poison, which is to say you can actually infuse it with poison, and suddenly the stronger poison, which normally only lasts like 30 seconds, now lasts for 1 minute, which is very strong. Then there are the Raptor Talons, which have a unique heavy attack, which is particularly strong, because you can combo off of it into more damage. It's crazy. Like, you can R2, R2, and it also travels a fair distance when you do that. They're just very strong, especially because you could already do the running heavy attack and then follow up with a light attack. So it's just like, if you put Bloodflame Blade or any bleed grease on these, it really hurts. You're gonna be bleeding people very quickly. And then we have bows. Bows actually have 2 different categories of light bows and just normal bows, but they're so similar I decided to include both of them. They don't really have scaling. They have higher dexterity requirements though, so you're going to end up being a dexterity build for them anyway, if you wanted to use them effectively. They're very lightweight. I would say that they have units between 2 and maybe 4 in weight. They must two-hand to use. They have running. The light bows specifically have running and rolling attacks, and they recover from jump attacks sooner. So all of them have jump attacks, but the light bows can recover from jump attacks sooner, and they can follow up with a rolling attack after a jump attack, which just makes Lightbows the general better choice. Unless you do it like this, where they benefit greatly from high mobility attacks, and their main use is inflicting status effects, or long-range surprise attacks, but close-range headshots are extremely effective as well. So the notable weapons, the Heart Bow is the lightest light bow, making it ideal for low-investment ranged attacks. If someone is bothering you, you can pull out the Heart Bow with sleep arrows, and maybe poison arrows, and just start bothering them. But you still have to use it properly, you still have to be good. But the Black Bow has light bow running and rolling attacks, making it the best bow overall. For general use, the Black Bow is like a strong light bow. But apparently, you can't use it like for fast normal shots, it's still like a normal bow. But you can do jump attacks, running attacks, and rolling attacks with it. Makes it really good. Then the Pulley Bow has the longest range. It's a normal bow. It can't be infused. Bows can't be infused in general, but the Pulley Bow, it has the Mighty Shot ability, I think it's called. It goes the farthest distance without losing damage, which makes it the most effective bow for long-range attacks. Then we have the Serpent Bow, which has arcane scaling, but instead of applying the arcane scaling to its arrows, it just adds poison buildup to any arrow fired from it. Then, like, the arcane scaling doesn't really matter because bows in general don't really have scaling. So the Horn Bow has unremarkable intelligence scaling, but it also has innate magic damage. So if you can also infuse it, you can put an Ash of War on it. So you can put like the super high tracking Ash of War, which is the other one, Enchanted Shot on the Horn Bow, and become like a horn sniper, like those enemies in the underground forest areas. They're really good. It's an idea. It would be pretty. It's cool. And the Erdtree Bow has innate holy damage. It has a bit more scaling than the Horn Bow does, but it's still not amazing. And a lot of things resist holy damage, so if you're using against PvE, not a great idea. So the Erdtree Bow is still there, but again, it's a normal bow, so it doesn't really have as good light rolling, running attacks. It doesn't have rolling or running attacks, and it doesn't have very good jump attacks, but that's what bows are. Bows, they don't have enough scaling. So then there's Greatbows. And Greatbows, you can actually build around these to an extent. But again, they don't have as much scaling, but they have somewhat higher strength scaling and requirements. They're heavyweight, which is to say they have between 8 and like 12 units of weight to them, maybe 16 in some cases. They must be two-handed. You can still meet the strength requirement by two-handing them, but I don't think they receive the strength bonus. They don't have extensive movesets, which is to say they just have jump attacks and the ability to... they don't have jump attacks, they have the ability to ready arrows while jumping, and you can fire them when you land. If they did have jump attacks, I really would like a great bow that fires like the one that Genichiro from Sekiro uses. It just fires 3 shots very quickly while he's in the air. Anyway, not normally used for combat, but capable of high damage counter hits with the right timing. Yeah, these do a whole lot of damage if you manage to trade with them. There's also Golem Great Arrows, which are ideally the strongest ones, other than the Lion Great Bow, specifically boosting the damage of Radon's Spear Great Arrows, and its Ash of War fires more arrows in the range of arrows Ash of War. It also stacks the effect with its ability to boost the damage of Radon's Spears. If you have 2 Lion Great Bows equipped, your Radon Spears will do even more damage than if you just had 1. And then, of course, the Great Bow is the only one that can change its Ash of War. Why you would do that, I don't know. You can just use the Lion Great Bow, which is the easiest one to use due to its requirements of, I think, 18 strength, or no, it was 18 dexterity and 20 strength, which means you can meet the requirements very easily. Okay, 22 and 18. And the Great Bow, the only reason you would do that is you could use through and through, and you can use the Rain of Arrows, Radon's Rain, however, fires more arrows than the Rain of Arrows, Ash of War. So it depends on if you want to fire more arrows, which are more likely to hit, or you want to fire fewer arrows with higher damage. because the great bow would be able to do that. Use it, but you would specifically want to use it with the Golem Great Arrows, and then the Golem Great Bow has higher strength scaling, but you can't change its Ash of War, which means it's only going to be able to use through and through. And then the Erdtree Great Bow has a small amount of faith scaling and innate holy damage, which means you would think that you could use it with golden Great Arrows, but the Golden Great Arrows are actually used for buffing allies and yourself if you shoot it at the ground in front of you. For 45 seconds, excuse me, it's a very small buff, but the fact is it's free, and you get 30 of them per invasion or summon or whatever you're doing. And it can be used on other units as well. So it's just cool. But yes, it does do innate holy damage, it's cooler. It has a bit of faith scaling, it's an interesting idea, it's just... it doesn't have a whole lot of scaling, and pure physical damage going for a counter hit is a much better idea. Then we have crossbows. Crossbows are iffy in this game. Not nearly as good as they were in Dark Souls 3. They have no scaling. You can't infuse them. You can't buff them or anything. They're lightweight. That's one thing they have going for them. You can use them very easily. They're best one-handed because if you wield two of them, then if you wield it with two hands, it reloads a little bit slower in certain circumstances because you actually have to play the animation where your hand actually grabs a bolt and puts it into the crossbow, which can end up making it take a bit longer, but it also looks cooler. And wielding in the main hand allows for the full use of shields in the offhand and the use of jump shots, which is actually really interesting, and not a whole lot of people do it, because it's honestly not very effective when I try to do it. But it's a very cool idea to just play a keep away sort of crossbow playstyle, using a great shield. Or a shield that can parry, like the Golden Retaliation Great Shield. The Erdtree Great Shield, that would be cool. But anyway, it's not used often, but still somewhat useful as surprise ranged weapons. You can choose when to reload, which they slowly buffed crossbows to the point where in Dark Souls 3 you could choose when to reload them. You don't have to immediately reload them. You can move around while shooting, things like that. Greatbows' Black Key crossbow has the longest range. This doesn't really benefit anything, but if you were going to use a crossbow for any sort of ranged idea, the Greatbows' Black Key crossbow is the best one for that. The pulley crossbow fires 3 shots consecutively, making it ideal at inflicting status effects. If you do see any crossbows, this would be the one you would be seeing, specifically because it fires 3 shots, which means it's really good for inflicting sleep, or a lot of people use it for rot for some reason. I would instead use it for bleed if I wanted to do damage. Then there's the Full Moon crossbow, which has innate magic damage and a neat reload animation. But the description says it's best with holy bolts, but it's not. It's best with magic bolts, like meteor bolts, but even then it's still not very good, because it has magic requirement, but no magic scaling. But the neat reload animation is definitely neat. It's definitely neat. And then we have Ballistas. There's only 2, but they have no scaling. They're heavyweight, with one being 15, the other one being 20 weight. They must be two-handed. You can meet the strength requirement by getting the two-handed bonus. They can ready shots while jumping, and they can fire when you land, much like Greatbows. They're popular ranged weapons, used mainly for their explosive fire and lightning great bolts that are very useful for pushing people off of cliffs. This happens very often. I recommend it. You should always have a ballista in your quick swap. If you're not going to be doing anything super fancy, even I like to be able to have a ballista readily available, just in case I can immediately shoot someone off a cliff. So the hand ballista is lighter. It has less strength requirement, but a little higher dexterity requirement. At 30 strength requirement and 14 dexterity requirement, meaning you can wield it at 20 strength with 14 dexterity. And it doesn't really matter, but the jar cannon has higher strength requirement and weight, but naturally also has higher damage. The higher damage doesn't usually come up, but if you're going to be using this as a main weapon, which you definitely could, the jar cannon is stronger. But it has a higher strength requirement. It also, I believe, goes farther than the hand ballista, so it still is a good idea to try to get to use the jar cannon. And on top of that, lightning great bolts also go farther than fire great bolts, or explosive great bolts as they're called. But the thing is, the lightning great bolts also cause an explosion where they land, so having both of those readily available for the possibility of knocking someone off a cliff are definitely the way to go for Ballista. But Ballista are not ideally main hand weapons. But if you wanted to use one, the Jar Cannon is the strongest. It's still an option. The splash damage is still useful. Next up, we're finally getting the magic. There's staves. The plural of staffs is staves. The plural of staff is staves. You don't say staffs, you say staves. I don't get why, but that, like, every video game I've ever played has always told me it's staves. So anyway, majorly intelligent scaling, of course. They're lightweight, which is to say they weigh 2 to 3, maybe 4 units. They're best used in the offhand to keep a weapon in the main hand, but you can use 2 of them at the same time to get the same type stat bonus of sorceries. It says right here, staves come in many varieties and often is beneficial to use 2 at once for the bonus to specific types of sorcery. So, the Academy Glintstone Staff has the best intelligence scaling until much higher levels. This is true, however, because of the bonus from staves. If you're close to this one's intelligence scaling, it might still be better to use the one with the bonus, such as the Carrion one that increases, it's not on here, that increases your Carrion Slicer damage, you know? And then there's the Demi-Human Queen Staff, which is higher scaling at lower levels, such as like 20, maybe lower than 20. It's not amazing. I don't really know why you would use it over the Meteorite Staff, which does not require upgrades, so it is very strong at early levels. I think I use a Demon Human Queen Staff on my Deathblight build purely because it's skulls. It's got skulls on it. It makes sense. It looks cool. But the Meteorite Staff is the stronger one. It's very strong at earlier levels because it does not require upgrades. So once you start investing and you don't have upgrades yet, the Meteorite Staff is definitely the best choice. It also increases the damage of gravity sorceries, so that just makes it even better. Azur's Glintstone Staff boosts casting speed by 40 and increases the FP cost of sorceries. So Azur's Glintstone Staff is very useful with the idea of using 2 staves at once. If you have it in the offhand, you can use the other staff. It still increases the FP cost of sorceries, but you can be using a staff that boosts your specific type. You're using one that's stronger. You don't need to meet the stat requirements to use Azur's Glintstone Staff. So it's just really useful for getting that speed boost. And then there's Lusat's Glintstone Staff, which has the strongest intelligence scaling, but increases the FP cost of sorceries. It says that it boosts the damage of sorceries, but it doesn't actually do that. It just has the strongest intelligence scaling, much like similar staves, which has said the same thing in previous games. It's just because they have higher intelligence scaling. But it also increases the FP cost. So if you're not going to be using this in your main hand, it's not doing anything but taking more FP away, so don't use it. And it's really only good at super high intelligence scaling. So then there's the Carrion Regal Scepter, which has the It has the highest intelligence scaling at higher levels with no downside, which is to say the Lusat's increases the FP cost, but this does not do that. In fact, the Carrion Regal Scepter increases the damage of the Lunar Moon sorceries. Specifically Ronnie and her mom's moon sorceries. I forget what they're called. Is it just the full moon and like the dark moon? Renala's full moon and Ronnie's dark moon, those two. It also has a unique Ash of War, which stun locks you into a spinning weapon attack, and it's very strong, and it can vortex you and destroy you very quickly, and it also gets the consecutive attack up bonus. It's very strong. Then there's the Albinoric Staff, which scales majorly with Arcane. It also has intelligence scaling. It has to because spells, sorceries, have faith requirements. So if it was pure arcane, then it would be nice if there were some pure arcane requirement sorceries, which there aren't. Because the bubbles, which scale with which actually have arcane requirements, actually also have intelligence requirements. So Albinoric Staff scales with arcane. The Gelmir Glintstone Staff scales with intelligence and faith. The best at mid-levels. So the Gelmir Glintstone Staff, you'll see me using this on my Intelligence and Faith build because the Prince of Death Staff doesn't become worthwhile until like 60 in intelligence and faith. It's really not that great. It does boost death sorceries such as Ancient Death Rancor, but there's not really that much of a benefit to that. And I would say Gelmir Glintstone Staff boosting the Gelmir sorceries, the flame ones, is more useful, especially considering that those do some pretty decent damage by themselves if you can actually hit with them, which they're kind of slow and pretty normal and they don't go all that far. Plus they do fire damage, which conflicts with some other stuff, but you could still do it. Like Rykard's Rancor is still, it's something. It's just once it bumps into a wall. I'll tell you more about it later. Anyway, the Staff of the Guilty scales only with Faith, which is interesting because the Albinoric Staff doesn't, but that's because there are actually two sorceries that scale purely with Faith, which are the... I forget what they're called, but I have them written down in our later segment. There are two sorceries that scale with Faith. So you can actually use the Staff of the Guilty, which actually increases their damage as well. Then we have Seals, which are way simpler. They're majorly faith scaling. They're actually weightless for some of them. They're best used in the offhand and have no real moveset. You can't use them to bonk anyone like you can a stab. You can sort of do like a side-to-side, like gentle punch to the arm, friendly sort of jab thing. And they're mainly used to cast buffs before any fight, but they're very capable at using offensive incantations and can boost specific types of incantations as well, much like Staves can. Seals, the Erdtree Seal is the strongest for higher levels of Faith. It doesn't have any additional bonuses, but it has a very high Faith requirement, and it's the most powerful seal at higher levels of Faith, as it says. The Golden Order Seal scales really well with Intelligence and Faith, up to 45-45, which is something you'll be seeing me use on my all-magical character. Because it's just very strong, it's just that good, and it's better than pretty much all the other seals for a long time. And then there's the Godslayer Seal, is the strongest at mid-levels, which is to say 40 or lower is mid-level for intelligence, or for faith scaling. And the Godslayer Seal is the best at that. It also boosts, of course, the Godslayer incantations, such as Black Flame stuff. But I wouldn't say the Black Flame stuff is all that great. It's still there, though. It's still nice. It still does fire damage. It's cool. Then there's the Frenzied Flame Seal, which has no requirements or weight. You will be using this seal over other seals, except for maybe the Dragon Communion Seal, which has similar ideas, and you don't really need to have the requirements for the seal in order to gain the buffs. So the Frenzied Flame Seal has no requirements of weight, and it boosts your Frenzied Flame incantations, meaning it's very good for stuff that uses Frenzied Flame, but it's probably not as strong as the Erdtree Seal. If you're going to be using it, you could just put it in your offhand and get the 15% bonus. The Dragon Communion Seal scales with Arcane, it has no weight, and is noticeably red, which is cool, like in itself, the fact that it's red. If you wanted to do like an evil Blood Boon build or like Blood Flame idea, then you might want to just use this purely because it's red. That's why I put that there. You can actually see the model of the other seals in your hand. It's like the Frenzied Flame Seal also has its flame you can see in your hand, but this one is red, and red is just better. So like, Dragon Communion scales with Arcane. The Arcane adds its Arcane scaling to status effects, so that means it's really good at inflicting status effects. They actually had to nerf it because it was so strong with Frenzy Flame incantations. It's still really good with them. And because it scales with Arcane, you can dump points in Arcane. I don't really know where I was going with that, but it also increases the damage done by Dragon incantations. It is also important to note that Placidusax's Fury, or Placidusax's Ruin, is not a dragon incantation for some reason. I don't know why. But it does not get boosted by this seal. And it's mostly for the Dragon Breath, Grail's Roar, and Dragon Maw, Dragon Claw. And moving on, we have torches, actually. And torches are actually capable of being used as a pretty decent weapon. They have varied scaling for each stat. They are lightweight, which is to say they don't have too much more than 4 units. They're best used two-handed, but are still able to use their Ash of War in the offhand. You don't really need to use their Ash of War, though. It's not amazing. Most of the time it's just Torch Attack, which is a forward-moving thrust attack. With the Torch, it's surprisingly effective with the running heavy attacks. Mainly because they have essentially Spear or Katana running attacks. It's actually very similar to the Morning Star's running attack, now that I think about it. The Steel Wire Torch scales harder with Dexterity, and can cause the ground to have a lingering flame effect with its Ash of War. I missed. We found the one typo right here. I tried really hard to proofread this. I didn't. I don't mess up. I don't mess up. I do things right the first time. Anyway, a lingering flame effect with its Ash of War. It's not amazing, but the fact is it scales with Dexterity, and it has a fire-breathing attack. It's cool. It's cool, okay? And then the Sentry's Torch scales with Faith, and has holy damage instead of fire damage. Right here. It also reveals the black knives if they turn invisible. It allows you to see them, which is pretty useful. It says that in its description. You should read. Anyway, the Ghost Flame Torch scales with Intelligence and has magic damage instead of fire, and has frost buildup. I, for a while, didn't know this had frost buildup. I just kind of thought it was a magic torch. It's actually pretty cool, but it doesn't have anything else particularly amazing about it. But it does have a different light color. Because it's Ghost Flame, it actually leaves a white flame, a white light color, which is kind of interesting. If you wanted to look into the head of a car, the LED light is to be silly about it. The Saint Trina's Torch scales with Faith and causes sleep buildup. And it can cause the ground to have a lingering flame effect with its Ash of War, which is similar to the Steel Wire Torch. It uses the fire breathing effect. The thing is, it doesn't actually do damage with its fire-breathing effect. It just causes sleep buildup with it, which is interesting. And I don't know why they chose that, but it does actually have fire, innate fire damage. It's just the fire-breathing effect doesn't do it for some reason. Anyway, this is a very strong weapon because it inflicts sleep, and other than that, it's purple-pink. It's got a pink sort of purpley flame to it, which is very pretty. And that's pretty much it for torches. Up next are sorceries. Now we get to talk about the real stuff. Okay. Glintstone Pebble to Comet are the basic projectiles, with Comet and Comet Shard having the ability to be charged and pass through enemies. You would use these as, their basic homing spells. Personally, I wouldn't think to use these because of how basic and easy to dodge they are, but sometimes you need something basic that you can just shoot at someone who's not looking at you to do a whole lot of damage. And then we have Swift Glintstone Shard, which has running, rolling, and jumping attacks. It is extremely useful for its speed, and I would say is a staple on any sorcerer who wants to be particularly competitive or capable of just using magic to defeat somebody. Then we have Shard Spiral, which is much slower and hits multiple times. Personally, I want it to be useful for the way that I play. I want Shard Spiral to be useful for the way that I play, but it's just people are always backing away from me. So this being slow doesn't actually matter. Because if people are approaching you while you're casting magic, then it's already not gonna be they're gonna be ready to get away from it, or they're just ignoring it. They're gonna walk out of the way like they normally do, and if they see you cast this while they're running towards you, they can still get a hit in before it circles back around and starts trying to hit them. It will push them away, it's not very easily. So I don't really like Shard Spiral. Glintstone Star variants, such as I think Star Shower, Stars of Ruin, and I think the first one is called Glintstone Star, They have powerful tracking, making them hard to avoid at range. Star Shower especially is difficult to avoid, but the thing is, if you're up close, you can actually make them all crash into the ground by rolling through it and standing like directly behind where it was cast. It's quite difficult to do this, and you can also just use Thop's Barrier, but not the Ash of War shield version. That one actually has very few active frames. It's not very good. The spell, the sorcery, is actually better, but at that point, why aren't you just using Eternal Darkness, which will suck them up and prevent them from hitting you at all, instead of having to time it? Well, the cost is different, but the idea is Eternal Darkness lasts longer. It's nice. Anyway, Glintstone Star. Stars of Ruin, they nerfed it. You can just walk out of the... we'll run out of the way of it, but it's still very powerful. Star Shower is now the more often used one to people who actually care and looked it up. And personally, I like Glintstone Star, the basic one, just because it's cheaper and you can run behind it, and people still get hit by it because, you know, they're not ready. And then Cannon of Haima is a powerful projectile that causes an explosion where it lands. You can charge it up, it does a whole lot of damage, but it costs a lot of FP, which makes me not want to use it as much. But the fact is, it travels at an angle which other spells do not readily move towards. It's very fast. And the fact is, it explodes, which causes a gigantic AoE. And it'll hit through walls and stuff. It's just very nice. It's also kind of hard to dodge just because of how fast it is. You're not hitting me with it anymore, though, because I've gotten the timing down. Gavel of Haima is an AoE armored melee attack, which has a follow-up attack, and a lot of people like to use it alongside other similar melee things, which can do follow-ups and cancel their first parts because of that. But if you hit someone on the head with Gavel of Haima, it's very powerful. It causes a splashing AoE, all of it causes knockdown. It's very useful, I would say. It also has hyper armor, as I said. Shatter Earth and Rock Blaster are also armored melee attacks, with Rock Blaster having the ability to be held indefinitely. It also has a bit more hyper armor to it now, I believe, I'm not sure. But Rock Blaster also does a little bit more poise damage, I did see that, which makes it a little bit less effective against like breath attacks than it was before, because you used to be able to just like slice through them with it and just drill them up, and they're like stuck in the animation and just dying, and there's nothing they could really do about it. And then there's Terra Magica, which boosts all allies' magic damage significantly, like 20%, while they were in the AoE. And Thop's Barrier has a longer effect than the Ash of War, I talked about that earlier, but it only works against projectiles, such as like Lightning Spear. It's not going to work against Lightning Strike. And I think it might work against Giant's Flame Take Thee, but it's just such a massive explosion, it doesn't matter. Like, you'll push it to your side, and then you still have to roll out of the way of the explosion. Comet Azure fires a continuous beam while it is held, but normally hits the ground and stops working. That is to say that if you have any angle at all, it'll hit the ground, and then because it hit the ground, the rest of the attack doesn't go through, and so it may look like it's hitting stuff, but it's not actually. And this can be the same for any sort of walls or small rocks that are on the floor or jutting out of the side of something. If it hits anything at all, it doesn't do damage. It doesn't go as far as it did in Dark Souls 3 with Soulstream either, which was my most disappointing part to find out. And then we have Magic Glintblade, which is useful to move behind as it fires. Magic Glintblade, it sort of floats in the air for a little bit. It costs relatively low FP, but the tracking it has isn't amazing. You might as well shoot a Glintstone Pebble, in my opinion. But you can charge it up to make it super slow, and you can force people to either get hit by it or your running attack. If you get the timing down very well, it requires a lot of timing. And there's 3 people rushing you down in PvP, so I wouldn't say it's all that great. But the fact is, it exists, it's kind of cool, and you can do other stuff while it's happening. So then there's the Phalanx variants, which are Glintblade Phalanx, the Carrion Phalanx, and the Carrion Retaliations Phalanx, and, you know, Greatblade Phalanx, which I would say Greatblade Phalanx is the best one because of how long it stuns people it hits for. and you can get a lot of combos off of it. You can still get combos with the other ones, but it's a bit more difficult because they don't do a whole lot of hit stun. They don't do nearly as much hit stun as Great Blade does. And you can turn away from opponents to delay when the blades fire. Then we have Loretta's Mastery and Loretta's Bow, which are the longest reaching sorceries in the game, but Loretta's Mastery specifically fires 4 arrows at the same time, which actually will go beyond the lock-on range to reach their target, making them the longest reaching attack in the entire game. So the Moon variants, with Rani's Dark Moon and Renala's Full Moon, both inflict frost damage, but Rani's Dark Moon specifically will also lower the magic defense of those hit by it. So on top of the frost debuff, you also have a, in general, magic defense debuff, which is like 50%. It's a lot. You're taking a lot more damage after you get hit by this thing. So it can be pretty useful, but they're very slow to cast, but they do defeat other projectiles that are incoming. It's just, who's gonna throw magic at you when you're casting magic at somebody? You're not gonna have a magic fight with someone like that, I don't think. They'll just run up and hit you. Anyway, Carrion Slicer has running, rolling, and jumping attacks, making it an effective melee option. It's actually very strong, Carrion Slicer. It's very cheap, very strong, keep people away from you. You want to have the speed if you're not using the running, rolling, or jumping attacks. You want to have the speed boost to do the follow-up attacks from the running and rolling and jumping attack, but if you're not, then you can just do the running attacks. It's just very nice to have. In addition to your other stuff, the Carrion Piercer has a lingering hitbox. I would say Carrion Greatsword has nothing special about it, but Carrion Piercer reaches a lot farther. It has very good tracking, and it has a lingering hitbox. It's very hard to dodge if you don't know the timing. Adula's Moonblade inflicts frost and also fires a projectile. It's basically like an upgraded version of Carrion Greatsword, but Adula's Moonblade, it's not all that amazing. It's just particularly, you can start spamming it, and if your opponent doesn't hit you out of it, or they roll at a weird time, you can delay the timing, things like that. The fact that it inflicts frost, it does a lot of damage. It gets boosted by the sword stuff, and it gets boosted by Rani's clothes, frost boosts. It's pretty strong. If you can actually hit someone. And then there's Night Shard and Night Comet, which cannot be spell parried, with Night Comet being especially powerful, Night Shard being a variation of Swift Glintstone Shard, meaning it also has running, rolling, and jumping attacks, but it costs 2 more FP, and it doesn't do quite as much damage unless you're using the specific Night Sorcery buffing Staves, which is the Staff of Loss. Then there's the Ambush Shard, which does not count as a Night Sorcery, by the way, and you can actually parry it if you turn around fast enough. The Ambush Shard bypasses obstacles to reach targets and go farther with the arrow's reach talisman. So that is to say, if you're locked onto someone, it will spawn behind them. So if they're holding their shield up, it will hit behind them. It will completely bypass their shield. And if you're standing behind a wall, but your camera can actually see beyond the wall, you can still lock onto the targets and then, like, activate Ambush Shard. It will still go through the wall to spawn behind them, and it's very useful. It's amazing, and you can extend how far you can lock on and get it to spawn behind people from by using the arrow's reach talisman. I really recommend using Ambush Shard just for the surprise like that. On top of that, okay, and additionally we have Night Maiden's Mist, which damages the caster and their enemies with a damage over time effect, even if they barely touch it. Even if you barely touch this, it'll still do like 100 and something damage, which is still pretty significant. Because the fact is, when it comes to sorceries, you want to be able to hit people with them, and Night Maiden's Mist and a couple of these other ones actually hit people. And that's why I'm saying they're good. It's because they'll actually hit people. Something like Glintstone Pebble, that's not actually going to hit someone. Not very often. But the fact is, if you do hit someone with a comet, it's going to hurt. So that's still important. That's still important. But Night Maiden's Mist is really cheap, and it leaves a lingering hitbox for a long time, which causes a damage over time effect, even if you barely touch it. So that's useful. Next up, we have more sorceries, with Eternal Darkness pulling sorcery projectiles into it, which mainly counters the basic projectiles like Star Shower, like I was saying. But it costs a lot of investment to be able to use, it costs a lot of FP to cast, but it can save your life. So it could be useful to have. Then we have Roiling Magma, not Rolling Magma, Roiling Magma, which fires a lava blob that explodes after a time and then leaves lava puddles, which can attach to a wall. I would say this is one of the more powerful sorceries, as it was a powerful miracle in Dark Souls 3, or powerful pyromancy in Dark Souls 3. You can just sort of throw it on the ground, and it will prevent people from going in that direction. The thing is, though, it takes a little while to explode, but you can sort of change when that happens, because you can choose to charge it. So the uncharged one explodes sooner, but the charged one explodes a much larger explosion. It also goes through walls, and it does a significant amount of damage. It's very nice. Then we have Rykard's Rancor, which personally I don't like. It sends a skull that leaves a trail of delayed explosions, does not pass through objects like Rykard's does. If it did, it'd be a lot better, but since it doesn't, it's very common for it to just like do one explosion and then fall through the ground and not do anything. But it does try to track after players, and it can make it a bit difficult for them to approach you, much in the same way that Shard Spiral does. The thing is, Shard Spiral hits multiple times and does magic damage, so it's a lot stronger. Zamor Ice Storm causes an AoE field, which inflicts frost and damages enemies that touch it. It also deflects solid projectiles such as pots or arrows or crossbow bolts, but not great bolts or great arrows, so watch out for that. But it doesn't have armor like the Ash of War version, but it's still really useful, especially if you have really fast cast speed, because that will make it faster than the Ash of War version, I believe. And charging it increases the size of the AoE, and it also increases the duration slightly. So you can actually do stuff while it's happening, and it's just, because it inflicts frost, and it covers a wide area, it's very nice. But Crystal Release is the next one. It has hyper armor, can deal high damage at close range, but it's completely random directions at which way it fires, and it locks you into it, and it's not really amazing. It requires them to be extremely close to actually do any significant damage, and I wouldn't recommend it, but it's definitely the best of the crystal sorceries, so it's still going up here on the ones that I'm actually talking about because there's so many. Then there's Gravity Well, Collapsing Stars. These are really useful, especially Collapsing Stars, but if you can't use it, Gravity Well is still really nice. They pull enemies toward the caster, which is ideal for throwing people off of ledges. If they're just sort of looking you in one of the catacombs or cavern areas, you can just sort of pull them off a ledge, especially in like the sewer area where there's all these pipes. I did that recently in one of my videos. That was cool. They were kicking my butt before that. And then there's a Rock Sling, which is a physical damage, and the range can be extended with the Arrow's Reach Talisman. Rock Sling fires 3 rocks. They're all physical damage. It can be hard to avoid, but if you can tell which direction the attack is coming from, you run in the opposite direction of that attack, you can avoid it pretty easily at mid-range, which is why it's ideal to extend the range using the Arrow's Reach Talisman, so it'll go a lot farther, and then it can reach distances that Loretta's Greatbow can actually reach. It's crazy, and it does a significant amount of damage. It's very nice. But only if you're going to be using it specifically from a long range. It doesn't work at any other distance, unfortunately. But it can be. It's like, it provides an ultimatum, because it's very difficult to dodge, like, all of the rocks, unless you time it properly. So if you have something else coming after you that you also have to dodge, it can be pretty difficult to deal with, but it's very unlikely you can set that up consistently. So I would say just keep it around for the long range option if you want it at all. Then we have a Meteorite and Meteorite of Astel, which are difficult to land, but they can be very powerful if they actually do. The problem is they are not going to. They take a lot of FP to continuously cast, and so they're probably going to take your infinite FP tier, which could be useful for other things like Unendurable Frenzy, or, I don't know, summoning an NPC Spirit Ash that you normally wouldn't be able to summon, but now you can because you have the infinite FP active, or Comet Azure, Comet Azure. Then we have the bubbles, the arcane requirement bubbles. They can cast while moving, and they linger for a long time. Apparently, they have some interesting changes where they go a little bit farther if you're using the Arrow's Reach talisman, but I wouldn't say it's very worth it. I would think the best option is to just sort of throw the big bubble out and use it as like something to hide behind while it's active, but the problem is casting it is going to take some time, so even if you try to do that, it doesn't really work. Then we have Briars of Sin. The Briars of Sin were the ones I was talking about that are faith requirement. They have hyper armor, or Briars of Sin has hyper armor, and Briars of Punishment is a ground-based projectile that can travel downwards very easily. I have a video about it. It travels very far down. They both inflict bleed, and they damage the caster. It's not a whole lot, but Briars of Sin inflicts 130, and then Briars of Punishment deals 50 damage to you. So it's still something, but the thing is, because of that, they also have lower FP costs. So if you can maybe make a regenerative build based around this, it could be very good, especially since these have faith scaling. So it's like, if you think about it, you could do pretty well with these, especially with like other blood incantations, like Blood Boon. I would recommend that make a very effective blood sorcerer. Then we have Ancient Death Rancor, which is powerful homing and distance, can travel very far, and it can be very oppressive because of how many it fires out. The fact that they explode, but it doesn't usually do all that much damage, but the fact is it can infinitely combo you if you get hit by even a couple of them and your opponent's just been spamming it the whole time. So you can roll forwards to get away from it instead of running away if you want to be aggressive, but it's not recommended. But like, if you want to run past the sorcerer because there's someone else rushing you down, it's definitely an option. But I'm mostly telling you the counter because it's just, you can fire and forget this thing, and it's just very powerful, but it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. It does do magic damage, though. Moving on, though, Explosive Ghost Flame inflicts frost with a lingering explosion. It leaves, like, trails of fire, and it inflicts frost damage. So it's weird that Ancient Death Rancor doesn't, but it would be very, very, very powerful if it also did that, so it's a good thing it doesn't. But Explosive Ghost Flame, it has such high requirements that I can't even use it on my all-magical character without, like, getting a whole bunch of temporary boosts. But it was still fun. It's still an effective thing, it's just kind of slow. And people can roll through it and backstab you. It's just, it's crazy. Then we have Fia's Mist, which is the only spell that inflicts Deathblight. And it's somewhat good at it. And it's kind of not true because there's also Death Lightning, which does that, but it essentially doesn't do all that much. But Fia's Mist is a very effective way to inflict Deathblight. If you're willing to cast it while people are rushing you down, you can force them to back away, or they will simply die to death. It's fun. And then we have Tibia's Summons, and I tested them because I was like, do Tibia's Summons work like Ambush Shard? Do they actually have any utility? And in fact, they do not. They travel a short, medium distance, and they cannot bypass obstacles. They are not affected by the Arrow's Reach talisman. And what's more is they do not really travel downwards. They travel in a straight line. It's very, very strange. And moving on, we have Incantations. So there's a lot of incantations, as you can see if you look over here and spoil that. Healing incantations can be useful once you can cast the larger variants more than once, so you can get 2 heals per cerulean flask. Heals also only scale with your faith. Do not care what seal is used to cast them, which is to say that if your seal is able to scale with other stats than faith, it does not care, and it will only use the faith requirement, or your current faith level, to give you health back. Your other levels do not matter at all. It is not based around your seal's incantation scaling. It is only scaling with your faith. That is important to remember because this is also how it works with buffs, except for Order's Blade. Rejection is an AoE that causes knockdown, and it is an easy way to throw enemies off of cliffs. It's very cheap, it only costs 12 faith, and I recommend keeping it around even if you aren't a faith build or don't feel like using magic, because it can be very useful to throw someone off a cliff and suddenly it's a 2v1 and you can possibly win that now. Then we have a Golden Vow, which raises your attack and defense for yourself and allies. It's one of the strongest ones. The incantation version is stronger than the Ashes of War and the Golden Great Arrows, like I mentioned earlier. Then we have a Fortification and the Barrier variants, such as Barrier of Gold, Magic Fortification. They're very useful because of how powerful magic and elemental damage is. I would say magic is more potent, but if you can afford it, the Erd Tree's Barrier of the Erd Tree or whatever, Protection of the Erd Tree, that's what it's called. That one protects you from all different elemental damages, and because all of them got nerfed, I would say the one that's just a general benefit can be quite useful to have. Then we have Wrath of Gold, which causes a holy AoE that bypasses objects and also inflicts knockdown. It's basically Wrath of God, but it's Wrath of Gold now because haha, it's funny. And it does holy damage, and because of course it does, and it's pretty cool, and you sort of float in the air when you're charging it. And then we have Regeneration Incantations, which are not usually as effective as healing, but Bestial Vitality is very cheap and only heals the caster, but it only heals the caster, but it's very cheap. So that's the thing, is like it gives you 600 health. It only requires 12 faith, much like Rejection does. It's just very nice to include it, even if you're not going to be a faith build, because you can still heal using that. And we have the aspects of the Crucible. We have the Breath, which can be held indefinitely until you run out of stamina or FP. It's very powerful up close because you can't really get away from it, but it does relatively low damage and inflicts fire damage. But you can move around while doing it, which makes it very strong. It's kind of like a fair version of Unendurable Frenzy. There's also aspect of the Crucible Tail, which has hyper armor, but if you want to get the higher damaging follow-up, you have to hold it down when you're casting it. You have to hold the casting button down in order to get the follow-up. Otherwise, you cannot just like hold the button after you cast. You have to be holding it the entire time. It's a predetermined thing. It's like you either only do the first part, or you do the first part and the second part. You don't get to choose, the first part missed, I will now do the second part. You have to do the whole thing. It does decent damage if the second part hits, though. Aspect of the Crucible Horns has hyper armor and launches targets, but it travels a predictable path. It goes in a particularly straight line. Sometimes it curves if you free aim it. But it has some pretty good hyper armor, and doing the uncharged timing can mess people up. Personally, I know the full distance of the spell, so I'm usually prepared for it, but recently I got hit by it once because someone did the faster cast, and I wasn't ready for it. Then we have Elden Stars, which tracks the target while spewing light orbs before exploding onto contact. This is a warning. Do not use it against Erd Tree Great Shield users, because they'll be able to just keep blasting you with their golden retaliation. Then we have the Discus of Light, which travels a far distance before returning, and it has the lowest FP cost for a spell. It only costs 3. Triple Rings of Light cover a wide area and can be impossible to completely avoid depending on how close you are to where they're coming from, you know. They're just enormous, and they constantly are moving everywhere. You want to get out of there when someone's just spamming this. But we want to get them to stop as quickly as possible. So to continue, we have Radagon's Ring of Light, which are also pretty good. It passes through objects and inflicts knockdown, much like Wrath of Gold. However, this also makes a very loud noise if it's passing through objects. So if you would like to have a loud noise happen, there is that option. Litany of Proper Death is only effective against those who live in death. I tested it. It does not do more damage against the Mausoleum Knights. It does not do more damage against anything that's like unholy, including, I believe, the Deathrite Birds. I didn't actually hit them with it, but it probably doesn't. But holy damage in general does do higher damage to the Deathrite Birds. And I should have tested that, I'm sorry. But it does an incredible amount of damage against any skeletal, those who live in death units. It's just, it doesn't do nearly as much to, like, players or anything. Anything at all. It did, like, 100 damage, maybe. Maybe. Did 1,000 to those who live in death. It's cool. Anyway, we have Immutable Shield, which allows shields buffed by it to completely block status effect buildup and all elemental damage. I tested this. I put it on a 100% block shield. I went up to an ancient dragon, and I had it breathe fire and shoot me with lightning and all that. It did nothing. It was cool. It does not give you a stability bonus, though, so you should be careful of that. Law of Causality requires intelligence and causes a holy explosion after the caster has been hit multiple times, which is 5 quicks and 5 quick hits that cools down. Which means if you get hit 5 times very quickly, it'll activate. If you get hit 5 times over time, it will not activate. You have to get hit within, like, the same idea as consecutive attacks, you know? Consecutive attack bonuses. You get more attack as you attack things, but it cools down if you're not attacking things. It works like that. Then we have Law of Regression, which removes all buffs, debuffs, and status effect buildup from everything within a wide area. It's a good thing this requires intelligence, otherwise you would see it a whole lot more, because it's just very powerful when someone can just remove your physic buffs, or your Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength, and they're a very high level, and it's very demoralizing to realize you are just not going to have that damage bonus. But personally, I try not to build around that anyway, so it's not too much of a thing. It sucks, because your damage is gone now. And then we have Lightning Spear, which is a somewhat fast mid-range attack. It does lightning damage. This is the basic Lightning Spear. It does lightning stuff. You can charge it. It'll cause a shockwave. It's not amazing, but if it hits stuff, it still hurts. We got Lightning Strike, which causes Lightning Strike to forward cone after a brief moment. And Hone Bolt is the one that I've been thinking of, which is actually good because it directly strikes targets with lightning. It's very powerful. You can alternate the timing by delaying it. But if you don't delay it, then their opponent has to just not panic roll. Otherwise, they'll get struck by the lightning. And then we have Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike, which has a massive damage and a set AoE spread with Fortisax, which, it's a set AoE spread. It works. It's very powerful. It hits multiple times. If you get hit by it, if you don't know the timing, you're going to die. You're going to die. It doesn't matter what defenses you have. The only way that you could probably stay alive is if you have the elemental damage absorbing crystal tier active. Physic tier active. Then we have Ancient Dragon's Lightning Spear and Fortisax's Lightning Spear, which cause a massive lightning splash in front of the user that sends a second shockwave outwards. Fortisax's does this twice, and both have hyper armor. They do a whole lot of damage, and if you use Fortisax's properly, you aim it away from you, away from your target, and just the shockwave hits, then the shockwave will make it so that the second lightning bolt will hit directly. It can be very powerful and difficult to avoid. And then we have Lanceo's Glaive, which is a wave of lightning toward a medium forwards a medium distance. You can hit them directly with the glaive itself, but the wave of lightning does a significant amount of damage compared to Fortisax's and the Ancient Dragon's Lightning Spear, which their shockwaves don't do nearly as much damage as Lanceo's Glaive. But if you hit directly with the glaive, it does a little bit more damage than the wave does. It's just because it gives the option of doing the wave. It wanted to be different from these. I would still say the Ancient Dragon's Lightning Spear and Fortisax's Lightning Spear are better. But Death Lightning does even more damage than Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike does. And it does a random AoE spread, which means it's not hitting things on purpose. It leaves weak death clouds that barely do any Death Blight buildup. If you get Death Blight procced from Death Lightning, that is incredibly embarrassing, and I don't know what to say to you, but Frozen Lightning Spear inflicts frost with an armored direct hit and a cone of lightning that strikes forward, much similar to Lightning Strike does. And Dragon Bolt Blessing Dragon Bolt Blessing raises your status resistances and adds a deflect property to one-handed melee weapons. So what that means is you can buff yourself with Dragon Bolt Blessing, and if your opponent is using a one-handed melee weapon that's not like a Colossal Sword or a Colossal Weapon or maybe a Great Hammer, I'm not sure about that, then it'll deflect off of your body, and you just got to be careful because the Coated Swords and the Magma Blade don't care about that. But the biggest benefit to it is just the fact that it raises your resistances, but it also lowers your lightning resistance, so watch out for that, your lightning defense. Then we have Vike's Dragon Bolt, which doesn't do that. Instead, it requires you to have a weapon that it can buff, or else you won't be able to cast it. And then when you cast it, it'll buff your weapon with similar lightning damage to lightning armament, but it'll also increase your equipment load, which is, it's just not worth it. But I mean, you're red. The red is cool. Red lightning is cool. We got more incantations. Catch Flame. It has running, rolling, and jumping attacks. It's very powerful up close. O Flame is a version that can be charged instead, and it allows for some combos after that if you land a charged attack. Giant's Flame Take Thee causes a massive and powerful explosion where it lands that causes knockdown. This can be very useful for like a projectile that causes knockdown, so you can sort of use it as if it was a cannon. Like a ballista, a great bolt shot that launches people off of platforms. Very nice. Very nice. It also is very powerful, does a lot of damage. Flame of the Fell God. It floats slowly towards targets and explodes after a time, leaving fire on the ground. And it explodes sooner if it bumps into something, which I have a video on. And personally, I really like it, because if your opponent doesn't respect it, it still leaves the fire on the ground, and it blows up, and it can be very surprising if you blow it up early, and it's very nice. People can deflect it, I'm pretty sure, like carry and retaliation it, so you still gotta be careful of that, but they gotta be, like, ready to do that, because it blows up kind of fast. And ideally, you want to cast it from a short distance. But it's still an option. Anyway, Surge O Flame must spend 7 FP before it can be cancelled. It does little damage, but also does small poise damage. So I tested this out. I wanted Surge O Flame to maybe have some sort of benefit, but the problem is, it's really just a flamethrower effect that doesn't really do enough poise damage to be worthwhile, and it forces you to spend 7 FP even though it only costs 1 FP. But it only hit like 3 times during that time. And it's just going to eat your FP away, and it's not going to do a whole lot of damage with it. So I would say it's just not worth it ever. And then we have Whirl O Flame, which has low tracking. It's supposed to be a variant of like Flame Whip, I would say, or Fire Whip. And it has low tracking, but it reaches a long distance when fully charged and has multiple hits to it. So if someone is like a fair distance away and you cast Whirl O Flame at them and they kind of ignore it, it's going to pull them into the full hit. And it's going to do actually some significant amount of damage, like 800 or something. And then we have a Burn O Flame, which spawns pillars that launch targets and does the same damage charged or uncharged. It actually specifies this in its description. Charging it only increases the number of pillars. Does not increase the damage. So if you can cast it very quickly, go ahead and cast it very quickly. Don't worry about those extra pillars. Those extra pillars aren't going to hit multiple times. So Flame Cleanse Me is an easy way to cure rot. Everyone has this. It's very important because rot, you can't get very many rot cures, but this one is a guaranteed way to cure it. Then we have Flame Grant Me Strength, which is a strong buff to physical and fire damage. You'll see a lot of people using this. It doesn't last very long, but it's very powerful, especially on things that are fire infused, because it buffs both their fire and their physical damage, which is incredible. Then we have a Black Flame Ritual, which causes a circle of fire that makes it difficult for enemies to get close or away for a short time. But because spells did not get the poise damage bonus, you can still armor through this pretty easily with like 59 poise, I would say, unless it's charged. But the problem is if it's charged, then the circle is larger, which means that the interior of the circle is larger. There's more room to run around. If you're trying to trap someone within it, it's not really going to do anything. It also has a really high faith requirement of 42, and it doesn't really do all that much damage either. But when I was testing out incantations, I found out Noble's Presence actually pushes enemies based on your held movement direction when it hits the opponent. But it's best at pushing them away. It'll definitely push them farther away from you than it'll pull them towards you or move them to the side. It's also relevant to which way you're facing, it's just very interesting because there aren't any other spells in any of the other games that work like this. I tested this extensively. If you are holding a direction, it will push them in that direction. I'm pretty sure like pulling them towards you by holding back is an option. You can do that. It's crazy. It even does it with the fully charged version. It's just they get launched in the air first. So it's pretty cool. Anyway, Black Flame's protection significantly boosts physical defense, but also lowers all healing sources. So Black Flame's protection is really strong. The problem is there's Crab Meat, which does almost the same thing with no downside, without costing FP, so people will be using that way more often. But Black Flame's protection is definitely useful. It's definitely really strong. It didn't get nerfed alongside the other barrier effects, I'm pretty sure. but it does lower all of your healing sources. So if you have regeneration, if you have healing miracles, if you have the Blessed Dew Talisman on, if you want to use your Estus Flask, it lowers all of those healing sources. All of them. All of them, I tested it. It lowers them. So Bestial Sling has running, rolling, and jumping attacks, making it a fast, short-ranged option. It's very strong. It's very fast. You can alternate it with max speed, and it's nearly undodgeable. It's crazy. Then we have Stone of Garank, has long hit stun, opens up some combos with fast cast speed. It even combos into itself. It's just that strong. Now we have more incantations. This is the last one, finally. We have a Swarm of Flies, causes massive bleed buildup, but can be avoided by touching it and immediately rolling. It's actually kind of difficult to do this, but you have to do it with the right timing. Don't worry too much if you get hit right before you roll, but hopefully you don't get your poise broken, because otherwise that'll stun you into the rest of the attack, which all causes Blood Flame build up, and sometimes it just doesn't do Blood Flame damage, and I don't really know what causes that. And then we have Blood Flame Talons, which causes a delayed explosion up close, which also opens up for some true combos, but it's difficult to do that because it doesn't have any hyper armor, and if you get hit during that, you're probably going to get stunned for longer than your opponent, depending on what you get hit by. It's a little not so great, but the thing is, you can try to do that. It's an explosion at close range, it's cool. Personally, I like Blood Boon, which throws Blood Flame over a small area that lingers on the ground. If you free aim it, it's very fun to just try to catch your opponent with it. On direct hit, it does some decent damage, and otherwise it causes Blood Flame buildup, which builds up over time. It's very nice. And we have Blood Flame Blade, which is the most useful weapon buff because it causes Blood Flame, which builds up over time, which, as I was saying, is very nice. And it causes a set amount of Blood Flame buildup, compared to things that have like arcane infusion and stuff like that. So it's just very nice when you have it on a weapon that already causes bleed buildup, because on top of that, it'll then start moving. You also can't avoid it the same way that you can with Frost or Blood, like normal buildup. You can avoid the damage. You can't do that with Blood Flame. Blood Flame is going to proc as long as the Blood Flame is the part that procs the bleed. Then we have Pest Threads, which are a medium-range physical homing attack that can be difficult to avoid entirely. This means that it gets boosted by physical boosting effects, such as Blood Boil Aromatic, I would say, would be one of them. And it's kind of difficult to avoid the whole thing. It's just very nice. It's very low cost. Personally, I don't use it because, I don't know, it's physical damage, and I don't really care for that. Because, like, if I want to do physical damage, I just use a melee weapon. But Scarlet Aeonia has hyper armor and causes a massive rot AoE. If the initial slam lands, it true combos into the explosion. It does some pretty good damage too. I'm pretty sure it's all physical damage, just like Rot Breath is, and I believe the rot that it inflicts causes stronger damage than other sources of rot. It's still not as strong as like Lake of Rot or the rot that Millennia inflicts, but it's still nice. It's still stronger than like rot you could inflict with the Antspur Rapier. The Flame of Frenzy is impossible to avoid entirely at close range. What this means is if your opponent is coming towards you and they're within a certain distance, they're going to get hit by it, even if they walk away, and because you could like charge it up and hit them from a distance. You can't roll through it. You're going to get hit by one of the things, it's going to stun you, and you're going to get hit by another one. That's what makes Unendurable Frenzy over here such a big problem, because you can move while casting it indefinitely, because you can just keep doing it until you run out of focus points or stamina. I don't remember if it takes stamina or not, but it's impossible to avoid at short range. You're just going to die. The only option you have is to at least attempt to get away, because maybe you have enough Frenzy Madness resistance to not get stunned into that. And then there's a Frenzied Burst, which is a particularly long-range attack. It's comparable to Loretta's Greatbow in distance, but it's a lot faster, which makes it a lot more reliable. It does fire damage, causes madness buildup, it does a lot of damage. It's very good. And then we have Placiduous Axe's Ruin, which is a fast area of effect with a laser follow-up that is very punishable. It's mostly used as a finishing attack with the fast area of effect because it's nearly unreactable if you do it with the jump version. So because of that, it causes a lightning explosion, by the way, and the lightning will be doing a fair amount of damage with the fire damage with the laser. The laser can somewhat be aimed as well, so if you're not locked on to anything, you can sort of direct which direction it's going in. But it always does like left and then right and then from the ground outwards. It also kind of goes through walls, or at least it sure looks like it does. Anyway, we have the Howl of Shabriri, which buffs all damage and massively lowers your defenses while causing an AoE that builds up madness. It doesn't do a whole lot of madness buildup, and it does do a tiny bit of actual damage as well. But the thing is, I wouldn't use this as like a weapon. I would use this as the buff. It buffs all your damage, but it lowers your defenses incredibly. So like using this for the madness buildup, that's just insane. It also builds up madness on yourself, but that's true of all of the other Flame Frenzy incantations as well. Even an unendurable frenzy will proc madness on you after a while, and that will stop your attack as well. Then we have Inescapable Frenzy, which is a grab attack that causes massive madness buildup and damage if it lands. But the opponent won't be doing the madness animation because, you know, they're currently being grabbed. So they kind of can't do that, that would mess it up. Dragon Breaths are long-range AoE attacks that devastate everything. And Dragon Claw is an armored melee attack with a small area of effect. But you can follow it up with another Dragon Claw. But it's very reactable, and the only thing is if you time it wrong, you'll get hit by the AoE. And then Dragon Maw's massively damaging attack with Hyper Armor. It looks exactly like the Dragon Breaths, but it takes a little bit longer. It moves a little bit more forwards. So you can... There is technically a way to tell. The head is a lot bigger, but if you get hit by this, you're probably going to die. But you're probably not going to get hit by it. So Grail's Roar is a large area of effect that causes knockdown and lowers attack and defense. So this is really nice because it just lowers everything. It also stacks with other effects that do similarly. Well, I think. I remember testing it once. I don't remember exactly what stacks and what doesn't stack. And then for a bonus, we have shields. Very quickly. Small shields are normally light, but sometimes boost your passive defenses, such as the Spiral Horn shield. It's my favorite one. Medium shields normally have high defense with modest stability, which is to say you can use them with 100% physical defense and still use them as an actual shield. It's not as much of the case now that they nerfed all shields' ability to block things. Great shields have high defense and stability. They cannot parry. Instead, we use them for status effect buildup, which is we slap blood or cold infused on them, and then we just use shield crash, which hits several times, which will proc them multiple times and will completely delete people. Shields are not particularly effective as main weapons, but there are a few outliers of special effects, and this is going to be true for all the other games as well. The Rickety Shield is the lightest shield. It has one unit. If you want to use a shield purely to use it for parrying or its Ash of War in general, this would be the shield to do it with, but it doesn't look all that great, so if you're also interested in fashion, I would probably pick a different one. Spiral Horn shield raises all status resistances. The horns sticking out of it are very obvious, but the shield itself is not all that great at defense. It's mostly used for its status resistances boosting, or in its ability to parry stuff. The Coil Shield inflicts strong poison with its Ash of War, which has deceptive range. It's also very difficult to avoid. It works similarly to Carrion Piercer, but the fact is it inflicts strong poison, which inflicts more damage than normal poison and over a shorter period of time. It's very nice for that. The Twin Bird Kite Shield slightly raises attack. Oh yeah, the Coil Shield also increases your poison resistances. The Twin Bird Kite Shield slightly raises your attack and defense while you're at low health. This can be very effective because it's also a medium shield, which has pretty good physical defense as well. The Great Turtle Shield boosts stamina recovery. This is not very necessary, as this shield also has very low defensive properties, so you might want to use something else instead. But the stamina recovery is there if you want it. Beastman's Jar Shield actually has higher lightning defense, but it doesn't have as high physical defenses and such. But the lightning defense itself is already pretty nice because it's very hard to get lightning defenses. The Visage Shield has the highest stability, and its Ash of War sprays fire while blocking. It's a great shield. I wouldn't say it's all that great because you can't move that far while you're using it, but the fact is, it sprays fire while it's blocking, and it has the highest stability. The Icon Shield has health regeneration, which is neat. It does not stack with itself. It does not stack with itself. The Fingerprint Stone Shield is a powerful weapon and defensive option that can be infused. You can change the Ash of War on it. It inflicts Frenzy buildup, which means you can also slap on Cold or Bleed. If you slap on Bleed, then everything scales with Arcane, and then it's just insane. It also has really high defensive options, but it also has a really high strength requirement, so it's really weird to use. The Eclipse Crest Great Shield raises all status resistances, much like the Spiral Horn Shield does, but this one is a Great Shield, which means you can't put parry on it. But it has really high defenses, so it can be really nice for that idea, if you really wanted to, but I don't really know about that. If you wanted, you could also use the Dragon Bolt Blessing, which works while you're blocking to cause a deflect off of people who are one-handing certain weapons, typically the smaller ones, but also Greatswords and Great Spears. Erdtree Great Shield's Ash of War can parry magic projectiles and fire back with Holy. You can also parry your allies and your own projectiles to fire the Holy projectile, which does a decent, meaningful amount of damage to whoever gets hit by it. It's not particularly fast, but generally people who are spamming magic get hit by it, and it takes away 900 hit points or so. The Jellyfish's Shield Ash of War boosts all damage while it's active, but you must keep it active. You cannot put it on your back, I believe. There was a short time where you could, but they fixed that. The One-Eyed Shield has an Ash of War that fires a projectile and blocks while aiming it. This is very powerful, and apparently it is banned in most tournaments purely because you can just hold it there and just sit around and wait for your opponent to do something. And if your opponent does anything, you can fire it at them, and then it does a significant amount of damage, and then you continue as if the fight had just started, but now you have a severe lead. So yeah. That is everything in Elden Ring. The general idea. As it says, you want to have your health be a decent amount. Recommend 50, 60, 58, anything between 50 and 60, honestly. Your mind, you don't really need that. It's not going to help you. You could be putting those levels into other things. Your endurance, you're probably going to want to get from like 10 to 25. The lower you can go, the better. There's not really that much benefit unless you were going to get to light roll, but that's going to require a lot more endurance. It's really not worth it for the stamina boost unless you're using like a really large weapon or you want to spam like some really big attacks. I don't know, some fully charged R2s. I don't think you should do that, but it's an option. Strength. Every 20 levels between Strength, Dexterity, Intelligence, Faith, those all give you more and more scaling up to 80. Oh, that. Those Strength, Dexterity, Intelligence, Faith, 20 levels. Each 20 levels gives you some high scaling. Your Strength is the easiest one to work around because you can easily two-hand to get the bonus from that. And then Dexterity also increases your casting speed, but there's ways around that. Lots of things scale with Dexterity, but it's a lot easier to scale with Strength. Intelligence goes up to 40 for 40, 20, 40, 60, 80. Same for spells, weapons. And then Faith works exactly the same. They don't do anything else except for you meet the requirements for spells and incantations. Sorceries and incantations. Arcane scales up to 45 for the bleed buildup, and then it scales up to 60 for its actual scaling, up to 80 for maximum power. And that is it. Every weapon. My throat hurts now. I hope this helps you in figuring out what you feel like doing. Pretty much just the hardest part is going to be getting everything available for you to look at it all, you know.